country because knowledge belongs to humanity and it is a torch which illuminates the world. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very warm, cheerful and energetic good morning to one and all present here. Today marks a very special and proud moment for us. We are not only organizing this prestigious GIAN program but also celebrating the birth anniversary of Dr. Ramji Ambedkar, the architect of Indian Constitution, a beacon of social justice and a visionary who reshaped India's path towards equality and empowerment. His ideals continues to inspire generations, and it is true honor that this meaningful occasion coincides with our academic celebrations today. I am Aisha Fatima, currently pursuing my Masters in Industrial Chemistry, AMU. It is my immense pleasure to welcome you all to this significant gathering, hosted by the Department of Industrial Chemistry, AMU, under the esteemed global initiative of Academic Networks, GIAN. As per the tradition and culture of AMU, we begin our event with the recitation of verses from the Holy Quran. For that, I would like to call Qari Sayyid Ali Waqas.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ألم نشرح لك صدرك ووسعنا عنك وزرك الذي أنقض ظهرك ورفعنا لك ذكرك فإن مع العسر يسرا إن مع العسر يسرا فإذا فرغت فانصب وإلى ربك فارغب. Translation. Have we not filled your heart for you with reassurance and comfort, and relieved you of your burden that weighed down your back, and exalted for you your reward? So truly with hardship comes ease. Truly with hardship comes ease. So whenever you are free, strive in worship and supplication, and to your Lord alone turn in hope.
Thank you so much. May these sacred verses illuminate our minds and bless our hearts with wisdoms and tranquility. Now I request all the following faculty members to kindly present a bouquet as a gesture of welcome to our guests. For that, I would like to request Dr. Zan Khan to give a bouquet to Honorable Vice Chancellor. Now I request Nami sir to please give the bouquet to Professor Hetal Leo. Now again I request Dan sir to please give bouquet to our Professor Vibha Sharma. And Dr. Nami sir to our Dean Professor Sartaj Tabassum sir. Now moving further, I would like to give a brief introduction about the GIAN program. In this rapidly evolving era of global science and technology, collaboration and innovation knows no boundaries. Embracing this vision, the global initiative of Academic Networks GIAN stands as a revolutionary platform, bridging the gap between international expertise and local academic communities. Initiated by the Government of India, GIAN is not merely a program, it is a catalyst that ignites curiosity, fosters global partnerships and enhances the exchange of cutting-edge knowledge, enabling researchers and students to translate conventional learning and explore uncharted realms of scientific possibilities. With every new sunrise, science unfolds its wonders and not boundaries. It is an honor to have a distinguished guest with us today. To extend a warm welcome and set the stage for today's insightful session, I invite Dr. Shahab Ali Asghar Nami, who is an accomplished chemist and academic, currently serving as the chairman of Department of Industrial Chemistry at AMU. With over 80 research publications in prestigious journals, Dr. Nami has held academic positions at Taylor's University, Malaysia, and the University of Queensland, Australia, and completed a postdoc fellowship at Dongguk University, South Korea. He was also selected by the Government of India for the Indo-Hungarian Educational Program in Hungary. He has also served in key administrative roles in AMU. Dr. Nami has earned a funding of 80 lakhs from various agencies like DST, CSIR, UGC, contributing significantly to both research and academia. Sir, now I request you to please proceed with the deliberative welcome address.
Thank you, Aisha, for this nice introduction. Professor Mohammad Mohsin Khan, Honorable Pro-Vice Chancellor, Aligarh University, Professor Sartaj Tabassum, Dean, Faculty of Science and Patron, Chief Guest of the occasion, Professor Hijau Liu, Chairman, Department of Chemistry, University of Pittsburgh, USA. Guest of honor, Professor Samir Sabra from Department of Chemistry, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. Local GIAN coordinator, Professor Vibha Sharma from Department of English. Dr. Mohammad Zain Khan, course coordinator from our own department. Esteemed faculty member, my hardworking colleagues, ladies, gentlemen, and my dear students, Assalamu alaikum and a very warm good morning to all of you. It is a moment of great pride and satisfaction for me to welcome you all to this 5-day thrilling GIAN program organized by our newly created Department of Industrial Chemistry. At the outset, I want to pay my rich tribute to the father of Indian Constitution, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, as we are celebrating his 135th birth anniversary today. As we all know, Dr. Ambedkar has sacrificed whole life for the upliftment of downtrodden women, laborers, and the untouchables. I am indebted to the BC ma'am in absentia, as her support plays a long role in organizing this GIAN program in a very timely manner. I am thrilled to share the progress of the Department of Industrial Chemistry, which was established on 1st of February 2023. The Department of Industrial Chemistry is offering undergraduate program, postgraduate program, and doctoral program. And the achievements of our students speak high in volumes, as our students have not only qualified the national competitive exams, but they are also making mark on the global arena by getting international reputed fellowships like Commonwealth Fellowship, Marie Curie Fellowship, Erasmus Mundus Fellowship, and so many others. So I urge you to give a big hand to the achievements of our students. The department, thus industrial chemistry, and the idea of industrial chemistry was conceived by a celebrated teacher, our teacher, Professor Feroz Ahmed Saab, and later this sapling, this humble sapling by our illustrious teachers, notably Professor Mohammad Mushfiq Saab, Professor Abdul Rauf Saab, and Professor Rafiuddin Saab, who is also sitting with us, and who played a pivotal role in getting it passed from various authorities and various bodies. And finally to our founder chairman, Professor Anis Ahmad Saab, under whose chairmanship the department groomed and established. At the moment, Department of Industrial Chemistry comprises of 2 permanent teachers, 2 contractual teachers, and 4 guest teachers, besides 3 non-teaching staff. With regard to this GIAN program, we are going to have 5 days of momentous experience, exploration of in the world. Nanomaterials are those small materials whose dimensions are even less than the dimension or the width of the human hair. So in the next 5 days, we are going to explore, we are going to dwell in the beautiful intriguing chemistry of nano-dimensional materials. The beauty of nano-dimensional material can be understood by the fact that the silver metal, which is very lustrous white metal, when gets converted into silver nanoparticle, it shows orange color, then sometime it shows gray color and even black in color, depending upon the particle size, the geometry, and the state of aggregation. So I trust that the coming 5 days will be an enriching in your, in your vision to see how the nanomaterials works and how their properties interplay and change with different conditions. With regard to GIAN program, entitled The Fascinating Features of Nano-Dimensional Smart Material, I would like to apprise you that this GIAN was actually established by MHRD on 30th November 2025 to tap the international achievements of faculty members from outside India and to invite them to Indian soil so that we can share their experience, we can have a hands-on experience on various techniques so that we can go hand in hand with them and we can shoulder them also. With regard to this program, I urge my young students, young faculty members to make best use of this opportunity, as it can be said that the well is on your feet, that is, khud kuan pyase ke paas aaya hai. So you can make the best use. I want to finish my talk with a couplet of Allama Iqbal. मंजिल से आगे बढ़कर मंजिल की तलाश कर, मिल जाए अगर दरिया तो समंदर तलाश कर. And this is actually in line with our founder who said that seek knowledge from cradle to grave. So now the house is open and for 5 days try to get a deep dive in the field of science, in the field of chemistry, and the stage is now yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring and warm welcome. The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. Today's GIAN course, organized by STEAM Department of Industrial Chemistry, AMU, is dedicated to the captivating topic, fascinating features of nano-dimensional smart materials. Nanomaterials have indeed revolutionized our understanding of science, offering groundbreaking applications in technology, healthcare, and environmental sustainability. This course aims to equip participants with comprehensive knowledge of smart nanomaterials, emphasizing their advanced properties, unique synthesis techniques, and diverse application industries ranging from energy storage and biomedical engineering to environmental remediation and electronics. Now, I would like to invite our respected course coordinator, Dr. Muhammad Zain Khan, to share with us the course overview, objectives, and the remarkable potential this topic holds. Dr. Khan is a faculty advisor of American Chemical Society International Students Chapter and an assistant professor in industrial chemistry at AMU. He has over 80 publications, 3 patents, including an international patent. He is a recipient of Erasmus Mundus Fellowship, Dr. D.S. Kothari Postdoctoral Fellowship. He has worked at University College London, IIT Delhi, and IIT Kanpur. Dr. Khan has received multiple research grants from agencies like DST, UGC, and CST-UP. His impactful work has earned him over 1.2 crore 10 index of 86. Sir, now I request to please proceed.
Thank you, Aisha, for a very nice introduction. respected Pro Vice Chancellor Professor Mohsen Khan Sahab, Professor Itauli, Chief Guest of the program from University of Pittsburgh, Professor Sartaj Tabassum, the Dean Faculty of Science and co-patron of the program, Professor Vibha Sharma, Local Coordinator GIAN, Dr. Shahab Ali Asghar Nami, Chairperson of the department, various faculty members, dignitaries, students, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all of you. I am really very glad to be with you on this morning. There is plenty of room at the bottom. The statement was given by Professor Richard Feynman in 1959 was when he was addressing the annual meeting of American Physical Society, where he envisioned to manipulate the matter at atomic scale. When we perceive matter at atomic scale, the properties, the domains, the features are upside down. Means they are totally different from the bulk materials. And this has give rise to the name nanotechnology. Although the concept was realized much earlier, the name nanotechnology was coined in 1974 by a Japanese scientist, Norio Takugachi. Now, nanotechnology has been modern sciences, especially the medical sciences, in both the diagnostic as well as the treatment, in environmental sciences, biotechnology, electronics especially, the miniature devices which we are seeing, which we are using on a daily basis, the smart watches with very small size, and they are not holding a record of the time, but they are also keeping a track of the health records of a patient. Such miniature devices are possible only because of the advent in the nanotechnology. And with this aim and realizing the potential of nanotechnology, around 6 months back we dreamt about this course, and this initiative of GIAN by the MHRT is a wonderful platform where we can design a course with full of learning opportunities. Although we have conferences, we have workshops, seminars that do have a learning opportunity, but the courses of GIAN, they are very much focused on a particular topic with lots of learning, and it is a 5 days program with around 4 to 5 hours daily, making it a 20-25 hours course. Our course is around 24 to 25 hours, which is equivalent to 2 credits as per the guidelines of the Government of India. So in the planning of this course, first of all, we tried to contact some material researchers across the globe, and we were very fortunate that Professor Itauli has accepted our offer, our invitation, and he has agreed, kindly consented to be with us for this course. Professor Itauli is currently serving as the chairperson of the Department of Chemistry at University of Pittsburgh. He has earned his PhD from University of California, Berkeley. He has several awards to his credit. He is having more than 10,000 citations to his work. I request for a huge round of applause. 10,000 citations is really a big achievement. Although we have very few faculty members like our Nafis sir, Anis sir is sitting over here. They have very high citations in AMU and various other researchers of the campus. So we have contacted, and Professor Hitao, who is very busy because he is also the director of graduate studies at the Pittsburgh University, but he has taken time out of his day and traveled to India, especially in this particular time of the year where the weather is quite uncomfortable. It's getting uncomfortable day by day. Today we have one more eminent speaker who is connected with us virtually, Professor Samir Sapra, because he will be traveling tomorrow. He is having lectures a day after tomorrow. So he will be coming tomorrow, and today he is connected with us virtually from IT Delhi. He is a professor at IT Delhi, and he is working on optoelectronic devices. And optoelectronic devices are those devices which basically are used on daily basis, like the LEDs, photodiodes, the laser light. So he is working in that particular area. So the course has been designed keeping in mind the growth of this particular field. By the year 2030, in India only, the market of optoelectronic devices, energy storage and the medical equipment which are based on nanotechnology is expected to shoot up to $150 billion, which is itself a big value. And therefore, there are short job opportunities and the growth of opportunities in this particular area. And realizing that, we have decided to have a course where we can educate our students in this particular field. In this course, we have certain lectures in the forenoon or all 5 days. Then we have tutorials come, hands-on training on some selective techniques. Along with that, we have also organized a visit to our interdisciplinary nanotechnology center as well as to the university sophisticated instrumentation facility. So without taking much time, I once again welcome all the guests on my personal behalf and on the behalf of the Department of Industrial Chemistry for being with us this morning. Thank you. Our Vice Chancellor ma'am is traveling to Delhi, because of which she could not join, but we are very fortunate that we have with us Professor Mohammad Mohsin Khan Sahab, who is the Pro Vice Chancellor. Professor Khan is a distinguished academician, researcher and administrator with more than 3 decades of experience. He has published dozens of research papers and authored several books and monographs. He has led research projects including ICSSR sponsored research project. He has served in different capacities like the Proctor of Aligarh Muslim University, the Finance Officer, and presently he is serving as the Pro-Vice Chancellor. Sir, I request you to please come on the dais and address the gathering with your words of wisdom. Thank you, dear.
Shukriya, sir. Assalamualaikum, good morning और नमस्कार to everyone. डीन साहब, चेयरमैन साहब, कोऑर्डिनेटर ज्ञान, जैन, हमारे सीनियर प्रोफेसर अनीस साहब, हमारे फ्रेंड अंजुम परवेज साहब, अशरफ साहब, DSW साहब, सोहेल साहब और many others colleagues and dear students. It is really proud moment for me to be here as a guest because I did BSc in chemistry. Having the smell of students, and I have given a word to Zain. I will visit your department and I will see your lab where I did my practical. So it is a really good moment for me and for everyone. And where the external experts, Professor Leo is here to train you, to deliver each and everything which you have learned from developed country. And all of us are where we are now living in globalized economy, globalized era. And that is why Government of India initiated to start GIAN course. Bring experienced teachers, trained the younger generation and younger entrepreneurs to become India #1. That is the slogan of our Prime Minister. Now, in the very near future, we will become a #1 country in the world. Now, it is customary to read out the address of a chairman. It is indeed a privilege and pleasure to extend my warmest greetings to each one of you as we inaugurate this intellectually enriching GIAN course, fascinating features of nano-dimensional smart materials in the Department of Industrial Chemistry, Aligarh Muslim University. I congratulate Professor Nami and Dr. Zain for holding or for conducting such type of courses. Today's occasion marks significant milestone not just for the department but for the university as a whole, as we align ourselves for global academic movement and engage with cutting-edge research in nano science. The focus on non-dimensional smart materials is particularly timed as the responsive to social needs, for healthcare to the environmental remediations, from energy efficiency to smart electronics. At AMU, we have long recognized that the future of higher education lies in strategic, and thank our international and national experts who have joined us in this pursuit course. I extend heartfelt welcome Professor Leo. We are honored to have with us as a scholar of your caliber whose pioneering work at the University of Petersburg has extended the forward tenure of the chemistry and nanomaterials. Your presence here not only reinforces the global stature of this course, but also inspires our faculty and students to pursue excellence in science and research and innovations. Let me take a moment to appreciate the efforts of Professor Sartaj Tabassum, Dean Faculty of Science, and he is a senior professor in the Department of Chemistry. I must also acknowledge the dedicated efforts of course coordinator Mr. Zain Khan and co-coordinator Shah Ali Azhar Nami. It is evident that their meticulous planning, passion for the subject and commitment to the academic excellence have brought to this program to frictions. Friends, we step into an age where artificial intelligence and smart technologies are redefining our ways of life. The role of material science become even more profound. This course, with its interdisciplinary content and international collaboration and research driven, has the potential to stimulate new ideas and force meaningful academic and industrial partnership. One more important thing at this stage, I want to say a little bit about the importance of the industrial chemistry. Really, it is a very important branch of the chemistry, but Chairman Sahab has been trying to do his best for each and everything. Infrastructure, staff, and university have given words to them. We will provide each and everything to the department. I urge all the participants to engage deeply with the resource person, explore the new research and possibilities, and emerge from this course with renewed curiosity and purpose. Let this not just for a 5 days academic events, but catalyst for a long-term collaboration and innovations in the field of nano and dimensional practices in materials. With all these words, I once again welcome all our distinguished guests, speakers, especially foreign delegates, and my dear research scholar also. And I now declare GIAN course Fascinating Features of Nanodimensional and Smart Materials formally inaugurated. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Your presence has really added value to this program. We are very deeply indebted to you for your presence. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. A well-stated quote, alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. Now, continuing this program, it is with great pleasure that I introduce Professor Vibha Sharma from the Department of English at Aligarh Muslim University, a distinguished scholar whose interdisciplinary research spans theatre and performance studies, translation studies, Indian English studies, cultural studies, environmental humanities, and English language teaching. She is the Deputy Coordinator of the DRS UGC SAP Phase 2nd Program on Translation Studies, where she mentors young scholars and contributes to post-colonial translation discourse. Professor Sharma Fatima is also the member in charge of Public Relations Office at AMU and President of AMU Drama Club, where she actively fosters students' talent through theatrical productions. Her notable scholarly work includes the book Amir Khusro, a post-colonial reading. Internationally, she has served as a visiting faculty at Stockholm University since 2013 and received fellowship and invitations to speak Germany, Japan. Now, ma'am, you can please proceed.
Thank you, Aisha. This is all, I think, the customary things that we write long CVs on the websites. They are only for the website. So, a very good morning to all of you. Assalamu alaikum. It is indeed a big pleasure for me to be part of Industrial Chemistry Department and, of course, its parent department, Department of Chemistry. Pro Vice Chancellor Sahab, Professor Muhammad Mohsin Khan, Dean Faculty of Science, Professor Sartaj Tabassum Sahab, and the foreign expert for this program, Professor Hantao Liu, and coordinator for this course, for this program, Dr. Mohammad Zain, a very hard-working young teacher, and also one of my students in the Department of English. So it is a good thing that I'm introducing my student on this platform, and the chairpersons are. So all the senior faculty members sitting here, T.S. Sabri Sahab, Anjum Parvez Sahab, Suhail Sabir sir, Raul Sahab, who is supervisor of my sister, and Moin Sahab is also here. Thank you very much for taking out your precious time on this important occasion. I think we all need to congratulate, first of all, Department of Industrial Chemistry for pulling out events after events in such a short span of their inception. It is only 2-3 years old department, and they are doing such wonders. They deserve a big round of applause. And I think the credit goes to the foundation of the sciences, and in particular the foundation of chemistry, the culture of chemistry knowledge that this university has. So I'm sure many more such departments will flourish in future. The applicative departments will come in future, because our university has always kept its pace with the requirement of the time, and more applicative fields will emerge in years to come. Having said this, I must speak a few lines as the local coordinator of GIAN, which is global initiative of academic networks, especially for the knowledge of the students present here. You see that with my very modest experience of traveling the world, I know that it is very difficult to get fully funded projects. It is nowadays in 21st century a thing of past, where you apply to the government, even in developed countries, where you apply to the government and they give you grant to invite an expert on fully funded basis. This is indeed a very, very rare opportunity. And this is happening in India, which is of course not in the brackets of the developed countries as of now. But our government has taken this initiative. It means that they are very serious, very much committed to promoting researchers, not just nationally, but through a network of international scholars. And if you don't make the best of it, then you are missing out the opportunity. So the students, researchers, young teachers, all must come forward to participate in these courses. They are not just the junctures to seek knowledge, to gain knowledge, but they are also the junctures for networking. Because the word network is itself there in GIAN, G-I-A-N. The M stands for networking. And I am sure that science students know this much better than me, that what is the importance of networking in today's world. It is very important for publications, it is important for your citations, for H-index, and that has its implications in the ranking and accreditation of university. So it is all very well connected. Students come forward, participate, ask questions, take notes, have more connections established, think of the future. Now, why this kind of a research thing is important? Because, mistakenly, I happen to be an ignorant person standing in front of an audience which is a galaxy of science people, a galaxy of experts on these things. So I am nobody to say, but as a humanities person, I think that there are a lot of good things that literature people have said about sciences. And I must put on record Carl Sagan's word. I'm sure some of you are aware of Carl Sagan. If you are not, you should read his books. He's one of the best 20th century writers who writes about science philosophies. That science is a way of thinking, much more than it is a body of knowledge. So science is not simply about calculations or publications, but the scientific knowledge that we have. And our university's foundational value is seeking scientific knowledge, having scientific temperament. That's what Sir Syed Ahmad Khan promoted and pursued when he wanted us to be world's modern citizens. So Professor Liu, I'm very happy that you could take out your very precious time. You have visited our university. Believe me, it is very, very difficult to come all the way from United States of America to India. It's a long journey to stay here for 5 days. I'm sure you are having jet lag, but still you will be plunging into lectures right after this session with your mind zombied a bit about this temperature changes and climate change, and from there to here, and still you are going to conduct lectures. So it's a big effort. From busy schedule, a professor comes out as 42 H index. He just now shared with me. It is mind-boggling. It is amazing. You should all make the best of it. One last thing before I take leave, I'm so thankful to Pro Vice Chancellor Saab that he has exceptionally favored us today. I will not divulge much, but sir, I'm personally indebted to you for taking out time. This shows that what kind of commitment he has for the university, what kind of connection he wants to keep with each and every member in all the departments of the university. So I really am very thankful, sir, for your extra effort that you have taken today. So my dear students, colleagues, I take your leave with this, that when science in the old world was moving ahead, it was moving ahead with the pace of gathering sciences. But today science is gathering knowledge much faster than the wisdom is created. Let GIAN in its Sanskrit version also come through this conference, through this course. Let GIAN be the motivating factor of these 5 days, and wisdom also comes with science. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your words. Ma'am has been very supportive throughout the organizing of this event, in the procurement of fund and in the coordinating with the ministry and the national coordinator of the GIAN. She has always been very helpful to us. Thank you. Earlier we have decided to have around 60 to 70 participants for this GIAN program, but we were surprised to see overwhelming response, and then we have stretched ourselves to take this number to 100. Then we again got request from some students of this university as well as from other universities to have an online window as well. So this program is also being shown on Zoom also, so that people have joined via online session as well. So at present we have more than 150 participants. Around 80 to 100 participants have registered offline for this program, and 50 participants are attending through online mode via Zoom link. And just to give you more idea about the nanotechnology, I hope we all have in the childhood, when we got injured, a turmeric paste and and the performance is even more pronounced if the size of those particles are even smaller. So as we go down and down, the properties, the applications, the efficiency of will be delivering his lectures a day after tomorrow. Professor Sapra, am I audible to you, sir?
Thank Professor Zain for conceiving this GIAN program on nanodimensional smart materials. Most of you would know that there was program. So um, stupid question. Many a time students are scared, or they will say, there's one silly. If you can, then save it for the end of the.
Thank you. Dear Professor Khan, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Professor and Dean of Faculty of Science, Hafsa, Professor Fan, Professor Mami, and Professor Khan. AMU colleagues, faculty, students, today I'm humbled by your presence here, and I am honored to be invited to come to this community and meet with all the students and faculty here. In my relatively short scientific career, I have been blessed with working with a number of Indian colleagues, postdocs, students, colleagues in my department, and even including a previous chair of my own department. And I have received a lot of professional and personal help from those colleagues, and now I have another chance of engaging with even broader range of students and colleagues. So that makes me very proud to be part of this community. And I hope I will learn from students at college in the next 5 days and share what I learned in my past career. Just a couple of years ago, I was invited to meet with a lot of AMU students as a part of American Chemical Society student affiliate event. And I was impressed by the students' engagement, their curiosity, and their interaction with me scientifically and on academic business. So today I'm looking forward to another chapter of this interaction. It's a mutual, it's a two-way traffic. I'm trying to deliver what I learned and share my knowledge, but I also look forward to learn from faculty here and students here to have a better understanding of the scientific development here and to enrich my own scholarship and enrich my own scientific enrichment. So with that, I will just give a very short outline of my lectures in the next few days. I'll be delivering a number of lectures on 3 broadly defined topics, one on 2D materials, another on carbon materials, and third one on DNA nanotechnology. And those are the topics that I have worked on in the past 15 years or so. And on each topic, I'll give 2 talks. One mostly, I would say, on the fundamental introduction, and would be most suitable for undergraduate students or incoming master students. And the second talk will be mostly based on my own research, where I'll talk about discovery maybe in my own lab and probably more suitable for PhD students, faculty members. And in the afternoons, there will be hangout sessions, additional question-answer sessions, and I look forward to enjoying the coming 5 days rich interaction with students and the faculty. Again, I want to thank the coordinators and their invitation and their hard work behind the scene. I know there's a lot of things done to make this happen. It's a unique program, very, very unique program, I must emphasize. So I thank the university, the institutional support, and also the government of India to provide funding to make this possible. It's an incredible privilege for me to be here and to meet all of you. And again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for being with us, for accepting our invitation, for coming, for traveling to India. And I'm sure that students will learn a lot of things from you, some techniques of the nanotechnology, and especially the work which you are dealing with, the DNA nanoparticles, in which you are using the DNA and with certain other chemical agents to design new materials with synergistic properties of biological material as well as some chemical agents. Thank you very much. Now it's time for our Dean Sir, Professor Sartaaj Tabassum Sahab, to please deliver his address. Sir has also been very supportive to us throughout this program and is also one of the finest researchers with very high citation index, NH index. Sir, please.
Respected Pro-Vice Chancellor, Professor Mohsin Khan Sahab, Chief Guest, Professor Aishwar Liu from University of Pittsburgh, USA, Guest of Honor, Professor Samir Sabra is offline, is working and he was delivering online address from IIT Delhi. Professor Deva Sharma, Coordinator of GIAN program, Professor Shahab Inami, Co-Coordinator, Dr. Mohammad Zain Khan, Co-Coordinator of GIAN, respected Senior Professor Anis Saab, Professor Nafis Saab, Professor Afifullah Saab, Professor Kamal Saab, Shahabuddin Saab, Professor Ashraf Saab, Professor Rafiuddin Saab, Professor Anju Kabir, Professor Muhyiddin Saab, Professor Sabir Saab, Professor Rauf Saab, Jawab Rahman Sahab, and distinguished personality Naseem Sahab, and esteemed guests, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning, Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I welcome you all, and I am highly thankful to our Vice Chancellor for giving time from his very tight schedule. He was very busy, but he has agreed to be here to grace this occasion. I am especially thankful Hita Liu from United States is coming, and he will continue his lectures during this GIAN program. I am deeply grateful to the Chairperson Industrial Chemistry for inviting me to share my thought on the GIAN course titled Fascinating Features of Nanodimensional Smart Material. Really, this is a magic particle, and nobody can imagine on when we changed first to that divided this particle to 10, 10 again and again. So it is giving this special property in all catalytic property, color, phenomena, fluorescence, everything is changed. So that's why it's really a very important topic for our students or for new researchers. The course presenting an exciting journey into the future, that the spanning of a country through the innovation in material science. From the material science, we use the daily life to the energy that power our houses. Industrial chemistry stand as the backbone of the modern civilization. As we move forward, the field of undergoing remarkable transformation, ushering in the innovation that promise to redefine industries and improve lives. The future of nano-smart material lies in sustainability, efficiency, technological advancement. We are observing significant shift from traditional resources intensive method to cutting edge approaching like green chemistry, biotechnology and nanotechnology. These innovations are revolutionizing sectors such as healthcare, energy, agriculture and manufacturing. In the face of climate changes, environmental degradation, industrial chemistry is moving forward eco-friendly processes that minimize waste and reduce pollution. Development like biodegradable plastics, renewable biofuels and carbon capture technology are paving the way for greener future. The creation of lightweight, durable and high-performance nanomaterial is enabling new possibility in construction, electronic and medicinal device, nanotechnology in transforming medicine through the targeted drug delivery system, enhancing water purification method and improving energy storage solutions such as advanced battery, etc. I sincerely congratulate the coordinator and co-coordinator of organizing this insightful course on smart nanomaterial. I am confident that our students will gain immense knowledge and inspiration from it. I wish you all great success and valuable outcome from the endeavor. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom. Now it's time to felicitate our guest. May I now request our Pro Vice Chancellor, sir, to please present a memento to our speaker from USA, Professor Hitaulio. Round of applause. I would request Chairperson, Department of Chemistry to please present a memento to our PVC, sir. May I now request Dean Sir to please present a memento to Professor Vibha Sharma, ma'am. Sir, please, Dean Sir, please stay for a while. It's time for vote of thanks. As we are moving towards the concluding, we are concluding this session, and I request Dr. Abu Mustafa Khan to please propose a vote of thanks.
Assalamu alaikum. And a very good morning to everyone. On the behalf of the Department of Industrial Chemistry and the organizing team, it is both my privilege and honor to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks on the inaugural function of 1 week GIAN program. First and foremost, we express our deepest gratitude to our Vice Chancellor Ma'am and the Chief Patron of this event. At the same time, I extend my heartfelt thanks to PVC Sir, Professor Mohsin Saab. Sir, your constant encouragement, unwavering support and valuable presence today means a great deal to us. Your inspiring leadership gives us the strength to dream bigger and do better. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to grace this occasion. We are truly honored by the presence of our chief guest, Professor Hatul Liao. Sir, we are deeply thankful to you. You have traveled all the way from the United States to be with us. Your participation adds immense value to this program, and your expertise will certainly enrich our academic environment throughout the week. A sincere thanks to our guest of honor, Professor Samir Sapra, for taking out your precious time to join us. Your contribution to the scientific community is remarkable, and your presence here today is truly encouraging for our faculty and students alike. I would like to express my heartfelt gratefulness to Professor Sardar Tabassum Sir, Dean Faculty of Science, for his continuous support, vision, and reinforcement throughout this initiative. A special word of thanks is also due to Dr. Vibha Sharma, GIAN Coordinator, whose dedication to GIAN and tireless efforts have helped to smooth execution of every aspect of the program. I would also like to warmly thank our course coordinator, Dr. Muhammad Zain Khan, whose vision and dedication have brought this course to life, and our course co-coordinator and the chairman of the department, Dr. Shahab Ali Asgharnami, for his relentless efforts and leadership throughout the planning and execution. We are equally grateful to Dr. Azhar Jamil, Principal of University Polytechnic, and Dr. Faiz Abbasi, Director of UGC HRDC, for providing the necessary facilities and wholehearted support to ensure the smooth running of this program. A special mention must be made to our esteemed team members, Dr. Muhammad Shoaib Akhtar, Dr. Rizwan Hussain, Dr. Asfar Shahda, Dr. Muhammad Tariq, and Dr. Farash Hassan, for their consistent commitment and contributions, both seen and behind the scenes. Thank you for being the pillars of this initiative. We would also like to acknowledge and sincerely thank to the MIC Electricity, MIC Land and Garden, and Central Purchase Office for their valuable assistance and prompt support in facilitating and necessary infrastructure and logistics. Your cooperation had played a crucial role in the seamless organization of this event. और भी बहुत सारे लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं, हमारे साथीजा भी हैं और सब लोग हैं, सबका नाम लेना थोड़ा सा मुश्किल है. To all dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, we thank you with a great respect and appreciation. Lastly, a warm thanks to all participants, faculty members, technical staff, and students who have joined us today and are contributing to the success of this program. आखिर में बस मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा, शुक्रिया तेरा आने से रौनक तो बढ़ी, वरना ये महफिल जज्बात अधूरी रही. With heartfelt gratitude, thank you all once again.
Thank you, Abu Mustafa bhai. Now it's time for AMU Tarana and National Anthem. Please play. Thank you all. And now I request all the presentees to please have a cup of tea with us in the lawns of the University Polytechnic.
हेलो 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 आ रही सर हेलो 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 ठीक है हेलो 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 यहाँ से नहीं बोलो
after this lecture. Means in the second lecture, which will be held after the lunch program. After the lunch, we'll be having the second lecture. At the end of that lecture, he will be explaining you about the opportunities in his university. He's an acclaimed scientist around the globe. He has been working in the area of intersection of nanoscience, surface chemistry, and material sciences. He has published more than 100 high-quality research papers with citations around 10,000 and very high H-index of around 42. He is the recipient of Early Career Award in Experimental Physical Chemistry from the American Chemical Society in 2019. He is also the recipient of Chancellor's Distinguished Research Award from the University of Pittsburgh and the Air Force Office of Science Research Young Investigators Award. He was also recognized as the Young Investigator in 2013 by EMR as Spring Meeting Symposium. He has also received Faculty Summer Research Fellowship from AFOSR in 2011. He is a PhD graduate from University of California, Berkeley. He will be speaking on 2D nanomaterials, their synthesis and characterization. So now I request Professor Hitao to please take over the mic.
Thank you. Just a quick audio check. Can colleagues online hear me all right? Online colleagues, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. All right, now I'm going to share my screen. Colleagues on Zoom, can you see my screen all right? Thank you. All right. Okay, so first of all, I want to thank the organizers. All right. First of all, I want to thank the organizers and also the Indian government for providing me this opportunity of joining everybody here for this exciting program. As I shared with you a bit earlier, I will talk about a number of things, 2D materials, carbon materials, and the DNA nanotechnology. Those are the research topics of my interest in the past 15 years or so. I will give two types of talks. One is more introduction, probably more suitable for undergraduate students. Another is more research-intensive talk that probably will trigger interest more from graduate students, PhD candidates, or faculty members. But also, to give me a sense of who the audiences are, can you raise your hand if you are an undergraduate student? Undergraduate student? Wow. I am impressed. Thank you. Can you raise your hand if you are a postgraduate student, either a master or a PhD student? Thank you so much. Thank you. What about faculty members? Any discipline? Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, and last question. Can you raise your hand if you never heard of 2D materials before? Or raise your hand if you are not familiar with 2D material. Okay. Raise your hand if you are very familiar with 2D material. Okay. I guess a lot of people are somewhere in the middle. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's very helpful for me to calibrate myself because an important task of any presentation is for the whoever delivering the lecture to know who the audiences are. So now I have a pretty good understanding. All right, thank you. So to
give you a very brief introduction of where I come from. Here I show a map of the United States. And where is Pittsburgh? Pittsburgh is in the eastern part of the state, in the state of Pennsylvania. We're on the west side of Pennsylvania. And on the top, there's also, you also see a picture of a tall building. That building is called Cathedral of Learning. It's actually the highest academic building in North America. And in this building, there are a lot of classrooms, and they are decorated according to traditions of many different nations. And there is a room of India. And those rooms are made possible by donation of local immigrants. So local Indian immigrants donate money to make a Indian room, local Chinese population donate room, make a Chinese room, so on and so forth. Why they made that? Because when the building was built in the 1930s, they ran out of money. So they have to find creative ways to raise money from the local community, and that was one of the tricks they figured out back in 1930s. But it worked very well. Now it's a tourist attraction because we have about, I think, 20, 30 different rooms. We call them nationality room. So there's UK, there's France, all kinds of countries you can think about. Chances are there's a nationality room. So if you get a chance to visit Pittsburgh, I encourage you to keep that in mind and take a quick tour to that building. Okay. Again, that's called Cathedral of Learning. And there are a lot of classrooms there. There are a lot of administrative offices. Our chancellor's office is at the top of the building, okay, as you may imagine. All right. Also, a bit about myself. I started as an organic chemist when I was an undergraduate student. I grew up in China. I went to a college called University of Science and Technology of China. It's a very intense STEM school. I took a lot of math class, a lot of physics class, a lot of class. I don't know why I take them, but I took them because I have to. Now they turn out to be intensely beneficial because they prepare me well. Okay. So undergraduate students, when you are struggling with certain class you don't want to take, think about what my experience can tell you. Okay. So in 2001, I went to United States to take graduate school, and 2007 I graduated with a PhD at UC Berkeley. In my PhD, I tried to turn myself into a physical chemist because chances may have it I have to join a physical chemist group. I was the only person with organic chemistry background in the group. But again, that change of track turned out to be very beneficial for me because now, at that time I brought in my experience and knowledge of organic chemist, thinking everything from mechanistic side of view. I brought that to studying nanomaterial synthesis. And that turned out to be very, very fruitful. So we published a lot of interesting papers. In 2007, I went to Columbia. I did a 3-year postdoc with 2 advisors, Colin Knuckles and Lou Bruce. You may recognize Lou Bruce's name. He was one of the Nobel Prize winners 2 years ago. Unfortunately, Paul Asados, my PhD advisor, he didn't win Nobel Prize. He should have been one of them, but he didn't. 2010, I went to University of Pittsburgh. I started my independent career. Now again, made a career transition there because remember I trained as an organic chemist. I turned myself into a physical chemist when I was at Berkeley, and at Pitt, University of Pittsburgh, we call it Pitt. I started to do mostly materials research. So again, I'm learning something but doing something very different. But again, it's a very helpful and a very productive transition for me. I took all my trainings as a physical chemist and organic chemist. I started to incorporate those thinking into material science research. I find that very, very helpful. I encourage you to think about those career transitions in your future. Soon, some of you will graduate with a bachelor's degree, master degree, and PhD. Please do not be afraid of make a change, explore something new. There's always this tremendous benefit of bringing old knowledge and experience into a new field. This cross-pollination, so to speak, has been a key feature of all the field I can think of where people are successful. They always, put different things together. All right, I see some. Can colleagues online hear me now? I see some comment that some colleagues cannot hear anything. Okay, I'll assume things are going well then. All right, now on the scientific part, as I said, I'll do a more introduction lecture, and then this will be one of them. I'll talk very briefly on 2D materials, very generic. Hopefully will get you interested in this new class of material. And then in the afternoon, I'll talk more research results from my own lab. There'll be more technical. This one will be, you can think of more as an introductory course of a material science. Hopefully, if you are not familiar with this material, it will get you interested, and hopefully will get you interested enough to continue listening to my other lectures. Hopefully, it will not scare you off, and that's my hope. Okay. This will be very interactive. I know it's a large classroom, a lot of people, but the key point here is communication. Not only communication from me to you, but also communication from you to me. There's no stupid question. There's only stupid answer. So if you have any question, feel free to raise your hand. Interrupt me anytime. My purpose here is to share what I learned. A lot of things I share today is actually pretty new to me as well. It's a very good opportunity for me to refresh my memory and to refresh my my literature reading. A lot of those contents are taken from, pretty much all of them are taken from literature. So there are a lot of figures I'm going to explain to you. If you don't understand what I'm talking about, then it is my fault. That's the position you should take on, when you make a presentation. If your audience has a question, if they are confused, it's because you're not doing a good job. So I hope you can help me to do a good job by asking questions. Okay. Let me just. Okay. All right. So admin, please mute Nassim. All right. Okay. All right. So I want to, in this one, I'm going to talk about 2D material, and this slide shows where it started. You may have heard this Nobel Prize given to 2D material back in 2010. Two physicists and some strange physicists, okay, not material scientists, not chemists, physicists. Two physicists got the Nobel Prize for discovering a new class of material called graphene. Okay, those two people are Andrew GIAN and Konstantin Novoselov. Okay, both are scientists working in the UK at that time. What they discovered is a material called graphene, which is a single layer of graphite. If you're familiar with the structure of graphite, it's a layered compound, carbon atoms in a honeycomb structure. Okay, all right. There's some technical adjustment. On the left-hand side is a optical photograph, so a picture taken through a microscope, and it shows this pink purplish flake. Okay, and you see the size is about 20 micrometers. So this is a pretty small piece. Okay, and this is a few layer graphene, so not a single layer, but number of layers. Exactly how many layers we actually don't know, but we all know it's pretty thin. Okay, and this is deposited on a silicon wafer with a thin layer of silicon oxide, about 270 to 300 nanometer thick of silicon oxide. Now 1 nanometer is 10 to the minus 9, so 300 nanometer is about 0.3 micrometer. Again, it's pretty small thickness. Now that number turns out to be important, as I will explain in a bit later. Okay. Now this Nobel Prize triggered, actually, even before the Nobel Prize is given, there's a huge wave of interest in understanding 2D materials. And why it's called 2D, as you see in this graph, is a sheet. Okay, so it's two-dimensional material. Exactly what kind of material, there's a lot of options there. And people got very interested in this for all kinds of reasons, not only because you got Nobel Prize, but because of a lot of other reasons. And I'm going to list some of them here. Okay, all right, so this is a very interesting class of material because it is, in theory, the thinnest material possible. In the case of graphene, for example, is composed of just a single layer of atoms. The single layer of atom make a two-dimensional network. You cannot go any thinner. Now, why that is relevant? Because there are a lot of applications they would like very thin material. For example, transparent conductor. Okay. Think about solar cell. You want solar light to come into a material, generate electricity, but also have that electricity collected by electrode. And the ideal structure there would be some kind of transparent conductor. If you want it to be transparent, you better make it thin. So in this case, thin is good. Nanoelectronics. Why that is relevant? Because you want to make the structure as smaller as possible. What is the smallest structure you can make? A single atom thick. That's, again, the ultimate thickness and smallest device architecture you can think of. In some other applications, you want very high surface area. For example, sensing. As a sensor, you want to capture as much analyte as possible and having the analyte to impact as much change of material property as possible. So in those cases, you want high surface to volume ratio, and there's no possible way to go beyond single atom thickness. In that case, all the atoms will be impacted by the environment. So that would be a pathway to give you maximum sensing output. All right, it's also an interesting class of material because a lot of properties, material properties, also change as you make them thinner. So there are properties that you find in bulk that disappear when you make them into single thickness. There are also properties that do not have, you cannot find in bulk. They start to show up when you make them thinner. One example would be molybdenum disulfide. This is a semiconductor material. In the bulk, for example, it doesn't fluoresce. You shine UV light, it doesn't give you visible light. But once you make it into a single atom layer thin, it becomes a fluorescent material. So you can generate new properties by using the same kind of chemical composition, but simply by changing the architecture, you can develop new applications. If I, going down the list, you'll find there's this tremendous application because of the nanoscale architecture, high surface area, very small thickness, so on and so forth. And above all, there's also very broad material of material composition you can think of. There's a carbon, There's so-called transition metal that chalcogenide, so-called TMDs. This is a large collection of so metal chalcogenide 2, so MS2, MSE2, so on and so forth. Boron nitride, a lot of metals. So if you look at the periodic table, chances are if you can get a layered structure in the bulk, you can probably make them into single atom thick. So all kinds of choices in terms of material, in terms of architecture, in terms of application, that triggered all this interest, huge interest in 2D materials. So today I'm gonna give you, this is again the material that I think we lost internet connection just now. I'll let it recover. Sorry about that. I think microphone is working, but Zoom is out. No. That is. Sorry about that. But I think Wi-Fi is clearly out. Yeah. I'm still connecting to Zoom, in case you're curious. All right, we're on Zoom. I think should I join? Should I join? Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Colleagues on Zoom, sorry we had some technical challenge. Can you hear me now? I think we're waiting for the projection. Okay. All right. Should I resume? Okay. All right. Sorry about the interruption. There's some power issue that interrupted the Zoom session. Okay. Should we do it now? Okay. All right. So. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I need to. Okay. Should I disconnect from the Zoom? Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll copy. So we are making some adjustment to the online. Synthesis. Okay. I'll copy. All right, see if that works. I disconnect from Zoom.
Hello, hello.
They are slightly different format. So the one on the right, what you see is a hole, on which the hole is pretty small, about 50 micrometer in size. And in this hole, there's I'll keep talking and I'll describe what I see on my screen. And if I'm doing a good job, you all know exactly what I'm saying. If I'm not doing a good job, you should ask me questions. Okay, so on the other side, you may recall there are two more images. And
slightly different from here. You graduate with a bachelor's degree and directly apply for PhD program.
Now we work, okay.
Alright. Work again. Okay. So every year we admit about 40 students and they take every branch of chemistry, organic chemistry, physical chemistry, computational chemistry, analytical, and also more recently we have a new division of biological chemistry. So right now research opportunities for students to choose from. We offer students free tuition. You come in, you got paid to research. We pay students right now, PhD students about 36. That's pretty much the standard level of stipend in the United States for a chemistry program. We have a new graduate student union. $45,000 a year at the end of years. So if that interests you, keep that in mind. Okay, so what we are looking for in the application, we look for students who are engaged in research activity, who are interested in pursuing either fundamental scientific research or applied research, either way, it doesn't matter. We typically look for students who have extensive research experience. So if you have a research paper published,
That's great then if you at least participate.
strong application. If you have a master's one cycle admission, I think this year we are welcoming 5 students from India.
Around 42 students of the incoming class. What else? So when students join, they go through what we call the rotation program. So you join in the fall, around August, and there's a training to TA to get used to the new environment, culture, to work with the with all the new institution. Orientation from international student office and so forth. And then there will be 4 months of rotation, during which 4 weeks in a research lab. And you're not committed to that research program, you just come in and get a sense of what the research is about. You got to know the students, you got to know the professor, whether it's nice professor or harsh professor, what their expectations are. You got to know the students in the group, what kind of future colleagues you're going to work with. And certainly you will work on either work on a small project or you work on just shadow another graduate student and get a sense of their life. Okay, so you do that for 3 different research groups, and by the end of the fall term, you got to decide which group you want to join, and then the professor then decide whether they accept you. So it's a two-way selection. Okay? But most students by this time, by the end of the fall term of every year, they will pick a research group. They will start to devote full-time in research. And also in the first year, pretty much every student will do TA. They're going to teach undergraduate course. A lot of those teaching are in the laboratory course. You supervise undergraduate students going through general chemistry or organic chemistry, analytical chemistry, those lab programs. And also you take 4 classes in the first year, typically, and then you're done. You're done with class. With the exception of organic division, in which case you have to take 1 additional course. But most students will take 4 courses in different branch of chemistry, and then they're done with the courses. PhD is about doing research. It's not about getting A's. Well, students have to get a good grade, but usually your advisors are more interested in having you publish in papers. So by the end of the first year, we have one milestone for the students we call preliminary exam. Student will present oral exam to a committee. They will talk about very generically, what my research is going to be. What is the status of my research topic? So very broad discussion, introduction of themselves to the committee so that they got to know the professor's expectation. And then at the second year, end of the second year, is a more intense examination. It's called a comprehensive exam. By that time, students are expected to develop a strong research portfolio data, ideally a paper submitted or even published. Once you pass that milestone, then you'll move on to becoming a PhD candidate. You'll spend another 3 years to graduate with a PhD program, with a PhD degree. So that's pretty much the short version of the graduate program. Any questions I can entertain before we go back to the science?
You were asking about the scholarship programs you have.
Master program?
The scholarship programs. Scholarship.
Oh, scholarship, yes. So, as I said, all incoming students are supported financially, as long as you are making what we call reasonable progress, which means you get B and above for your courses. You hit those milestones, the preliminary exam, and also the comprehensive exam on time. You make progress in the lab, publish papers, writing your thesis, so on and so forth. We have fellowships within the department and also within the School of Arts and Science to provide more prestigious supports. Some of them are called Arts and Science Fellowship. There's also Mellon Fellowship. Mellon is, you may know this banker, for two rich people lived in Pittsburgh 200 years ago. So we have a lot of those fellowships coming from this old money, and they are merit-based. So you have to do well in your courses, you have to do well in your research, and those are by internal competition. But even if you're not being supported by those scholarships, you still receive either teaching or research assistant support, as long as you are making reasonable progress. Any other questions I can entertain? Yes.
Good morning, sir. Sir, as a master's students transitioning into PhDs, do we need to have our niche sorted out, or as you said, we can explore different areas while we come and apply for the PhD programs?
Okay. I think you're asking a transition from master to PhD, whether you can change to a different field.
Yeah.
Yes,
Like
okay.
specialization, if we do it in a particular field in master's here, can we transition it or make it quite interdisciplinary if we are going to research, or we need to have it sorted out before that we'll be going this way?
Yeah. So she's asking whether it's advisable to move from one field of research to another, from master research to PhD research. It depends. There's a lot of, as I shared in my own trajectory, I moved to different research fields as I moved to the next stage of my career. Now, what is important, I think, is you need to make a good case. So how your previous experience can be leveraged in your future research, and how your intellectual curiosity are connected between the stages. So it's one thing that I want to move that new research field because what I learned here can help me and provide unique perspective, right? It's another sense saying I work on this for 2 years and I got tired of it. So this would present very different narratives. Any other questions? All right, you can always catch me after the meeting, and I'll be here for a week. So if you find me somewhere, you can just catch me asking random questions. Think about this, Indian government paid me purchased me airfare, come here, and they want me to do something beneficial to you. All right, so let's go back to science. As shown on the top left, those are two images of graphene. On the left is an image acquired using atomic force microscope. This is the technique where you have a pin tapping the surface and get a sense of how high the materials are. In the middle is black and white strips. The projection is not very, projectors doesn't work very well, but what you're supposed to see is a very thin membrane structure. As you see the couple arrows, and those arrows indicate the presence of single layer graphene. Now this one is taken by transmission electron microscopy. So again, different imaging techniques, but showing all this kind of membrane structure at the nanoscale. Okay, so how those materials are made. There's actually a pretty long history. There's actually a pretty long history of trying to get graphene from graphite. People actually know for a long time that if you break graphite, which is a layered compound of many atoms, many sheets of atoms of carbon, if you break it into one single layer, there will be new properties because theoreticians can calculate this. They can calculate the electronic structure of graphene even without making them. And from the calculation, people know there will be interesting properties coming out of it. And one of them is a Simon metal transitioning from graphite, more Simon metal behavior from graphite to graphene. So back to 1999, there are two groups of people, one at Columbia and another at the University of Washington, Washington University at St. Louis. They were interested in thinking about ways to break graphene into thinner and thinner pieces. And they used a photolithography technique to create small columns of graphite. So we start from a big chunk of graphite and make it smaller. And then, in one case, so see the top two, look at this one. So what you see here is these people made small columns of graphite and they shear it using mechanical force, hoping that this shearing will produce single layer graphene. Now what they end up are actually small chunks of very relatively thick graphite pieces. And then there's another effort, similar idea, they create this small column, microscope tip. This is, a very small, think about a needle. Okay? A very small, think about a needle. Okay? Think about a needle. I think it this way. I have a column of micrometer sized graphite. I come in and just bump it, and hoping that I can get a single layer. Now, neither worked. They just don't work as they thought. Now, it's a very rational approach. Make a small column and then just shear it until I get a single layer, but in reality, it doesn't work. They can get thin flakes, but they never got a single layer. Now, what worked was a surprisingly very simple and counterintuitive approach. This is what got those two people Nobel Prize. And it's incredibly simple. And what you see here is on the top, there's a Scotch tape, this transparent tape. And what these two Nobel Prize winning scientists did in the UK was they put a piece of graphite on that tape, and then they fold the tape, open it, fold it again, open it again, fold it again, open it again, and essentially they break graphite, they fold and open it. So they do this 10, 20, 30 times until the tape is covered with graphite flakes. And then they put that tape full of graphite pieces onto a silicon wafer. Okay. And then what happens after is to some degree scientific, to some degree religious. because you have to massage it in some special way. Every scientist has a different way of massaging the surface, and somehow, some of those thin flakes got transferred from that tape to the silicon wafer. And miraculously, you can get single layer graphene this way. It's very counterintuitive, but it worked very well. So if you look at this picture in the middle, this is the purplish structure I showed you earlier. And this is, some of them is a single layer graphene made entirely from a piece of tape. Now, this simple technique triggered all this research in graphene, studying physics, very exotic physics, electronic structure, device fabrication, so on and so forth, and that eventually led to the Nobel Prize. Now, chemists come in and they look at this, they find this incredibly labor intensive. You literally spend about half an hour, and you can get 1 or 2 graphene pieces. Each piece is about 10 micrometer in size. You can study the physics, you can make one electronic device, but one of them. But keep in mind that there are a lot of other layered bulk compounds in addition to graphite, boron nitride, aluminum disulfide, and a lot of other things. Even antimony, bulk antimony is a layered compound. Phosphorus being another one. Those materials can be, because of their layer structure, they can be expanded by inserting something between the layers. Okay? And then you can imagine that insertion would weakening the van der Waals interaction between the layers. And then you can do something else to force the layers to become apart. And so that's the exfoliation. Now later people find it's actually not necessarily required to have this insertion process. Okay? So in this particular case, what people did was to insert alkali metal, potassium or lithium, and then put in water, and the production of hydrogen and other gas will expand the sheets of graphite into graphene pieces. But later people find many other ways to do exfoliation, but still thinking along the same idea of breaking a bulk material into its atomic composition sheets. Okay. So obviously the benefit is large-scale production. You are no longer limited by 1 micrometer size piece. Instead, you can talk about grams, even kilograms, even tons of material. Now people make graphene sheets on the ton scale using this approach. The quality is oftentimes a bit lower, so there are more defects. The sheet size is a little bit smaller, but because you can make this from using over large quantity, the cost is much lower. So in my view, which might be biased, the future of the application lies, a lot of those applications lies in this low-cost manufacturing process. Okay, so to give you 3 different examples of exfoliation. On the top is acid intercalation. In this case, you have graphite. You treat it with strong oxidizing acid. Acidic molecules come into the layers, and then you just heat it to high temperature. There will be thermal decomposition of those intercalated molecules that expanded the graphite lattice. And shown here are the scanning electron microscopy images of this expanded graphite structure. You see a lot of sheet-like structure, but it's difficult to see whether it's single layer or not. There's also a lot of research done in so-called graphene oxide material. This is the case where you chemically oxidize graphene, installing oxygen functional groups, and that make it amenable to essentially exfoliation in water. Because the whole material becomes much more hydrophilic. There'll be more of this, I'll talk more about this on the cover material side. But what I think is the most interesting, probably most impactful, is the super direct mechanical exfoliation approach. This is the case where you don't do anything special. You just add the bulk layer material in the solvent, just apply mechanical disruption. If that disruption is strong enough, if you pick the solvent combination the right way, or if you add some additive, oftentimes surfactants, if everything works out, you will just exfoliate into single sheets magically. Okay. All right, so this is the least disruption to the lattice and probably the lowest cost as well. So give you example. This is a process developed by a group in Northern Ireland, I think, Coleman group. They reported a variety of this mechanical exfoliation process. In some cases, you use a solvent that is friendly to the 2D material. In this case, it's graphite exfoliation, and they use a solvent called NMP. Okay. And this solvent has a surface tension similar to that of graphite and graphene, and that makes the solvent-solute interaction particularly amenable to stabilizing graphene flakes in the solvent. So they can get a variety of graphene flakes. On the left-hand side are transmission electron microscopy images showing different graphene flakes. In the middle is UV absorption of the suspension. Basically shows that the suspension is stable even after 160 hours. Only about 10% of these flakes are being precipitated out. What is more interesting is even though this exfoliation is done in an organic solvent, now NMP is organic and is toxic, and people don't want to use organic solvents, they want to use aqueous system. What they find is that after the exfoliation, they can dilute the organic suspension with water by 100 times. So now you turn the organic suspension into aqueous suspension. So organic to water ratio is 1 to 100. Even in that condition, the suspension is very stable. You look at this second curve here. The curve behind the NP shows a little bit more precipitation, but over 160 hours, only 20% of them precipitate out. 80% still remains. To give you more strong visual view of the outcome of this exfoliation. So in the middle are a bunch of bottles of graphene suspension. And what is more amazing, remember this is done by mechanical disruption. You can essentially use a kitchen blender to essentially create this shear force in the liquid. If you just blend it fast enough, it will break the graphene pieces into small flakes. And they were able to make graphene pieces using this approach on the tens of gram scale per batch. Imagine you can just go to your kitchen, get your blender, add the water, surfactant, and graphite powder, and you can make graphene out of this very simple setup. All right, so this is the case where you can make graphene, but a lot of this graphene are not single layer. Okay? There are a few layers of graphene, so they're still very useful in a lot of applications, especially related to coding, related to energy storage, related to electrochemistry or even sensing. But for many other applications, people actually prefer a single layer graphene, and in this case, it's not going to work out. If you look at the figure, let's see. Let me see if I can have my. Oops. You look at the distribution here in the top middle, to the right of the the photos. That's the distribution of layer thickness. So you do see some significant fraction of single layer, but the average layer numbers on the order of 5 to 10 layers per graphene flake. So still, on average, pretty thick flakes. And also, on the bottom, you see the Raman spectrum of the sample. I'm going to talk about Raman a bit more later, but the take-home message here is there's a very strong peak labeled as D. You may notice there's a D peak. And what that D peak indicates is there's a lot of defects in the graphene sample. Okay. So you can get decent graphene sample, but their quality is not that high. Now, coming a different approach. This approach is called chemical vapor deposition. This one is, to some degree, exactly the opposite of everything I just talked about in exfoliation. Okay. So in exfoliation, you got very low cost production. Okay. Chemical vapor deposition is almost the opposite. It's very expensive. Okay. Exfoliation also produces a lot of material, grams, kilograms, tons. Chemical vapor deposition produces just a single layer of sheets, a very small amount, but it produces very high quality material. Okay. So what happens in the chemical vapor deposition is you have a furnace in the middle, and there's also a substrate, usually metal. And the two most common substrates used in graphene synthesis is copper or nickel, or some alloy of those metals. So during this process, you heat up the metal to about 1,000 degrees Celsius, and you flow precursor gas. And the most common precursor gas is methane, and mixed with hydrogen. So you heat it up to about 1,000 degrees Celsius. There's a decomposition of methane in the gas phase, and there will be some kind of process happening magically on the metal, and eventually you got a coating of single layer graphene on those metals. On the bottom are scanning electron microscopy image. On the left hand side, you see this dark side is the copper substrate coated with nucleation sites of graphene. You see this small triangle, and that's a signature of graphene nucleation site because of the inherent crystal symmetry of graphene is 6-fold and 3-fold. So you see this nucleation growth of graphene domain on the copper. On the right hand side, you see a very faint, it's really hard to see here, but you see a very faint line across the middle of the image, and that shows the boundary between a graphene flake and the absence of graphene. So this approach can give you a large area of single layer graphene. We're talking about centimeter square, and even in some cases, much larger ones approaching meter square of sizes. You are using a continuous row of copper foil as a substrate. And those graphene are of much higher quality. They can be made almost defect-free, so no defect, and they can in some cases, they can be made into single crystalline structure. So one piece of graphene is a single crystal up to centimeter size, domain size, and that can be done by using a single crystal of copper as the substrate. And people have figured out all those tricks to grow very large single crystal copper foil, and from there to grow single crystal graphene. So how does this process work? People spend a lot of effort understanding this growth mechanism, and basically there are two different mechanisms in operation depending on what kind of metal substrate you are using. You are using a metal that has low solubility of carbon, copper being one of those examples. Then in that case, the gas decomposition products from the methane gas essentially the carbon radicals, they will come to the copper surface, will absorb to the surface, but they cannot dissolve into the copper lattice. So they will stay on the surface, and they will lose hydrogen and being coupled to other carbon species. So this is an absorption and growth process shown as B. Now, if you have a metal that has high solubility of carbon, then the decomposition products will come to the surface and then they got dissolved into the bulk of metal. And as temperature is lowered at the end of the reaction, the carbon dissolved in the metal lattice will precipitate out to the surface. So this is a dissolution and precipitation mechanism, and that's the pathway A. And one way to differentiate those two is to use it's a very clever experiment done by the group at UT Austin, Ruoff. What they did is they used a mixture of methane of different isotope composition. Carbon has carbon 12 and carbon 13 being two popular isotopes. If you flow regular methane, carbon 12 methane followed by a carbon 13 enriched methane, you can get two different outcomes. In one outcome, you'll have all the carbon isotopes mixed everywhere in the same ratio. And that would happen if you have this dissolution and precipitation mechanism, because all the carbons, whether it's carbon 13 or carbon 12, they all got dissolved, and they only precipitate out at the end of the reaction. So if you flow carbon 12 methane first and carbon 13 methane later, it doesn't matter. They still got dissolved in the lattice and come out at the same time. Okay? So in that case, if you look at the Raman spectrum, you got single peak, because remember, Raman is the vibration, and vibration would depend on the molecular atomic weight of the atoms. So if you have different isotopes, you would have different, ideally, you would have different frequency of vibration. But if they all mix together, then you will be, averaged out. However, if you have this absorption and growth mechanism, if bulk solubility is low, then whichever is being flown first, let's say the carbon 12 methane will produce carbon 12 graphene. And then if you switch to a different methane isotope, a methane with a different carbon isotope, you'll get another layer, another ring of carbon 13 graphene. And in this case, you'll get two peaks in the Raman spectrum instead of one. Okay. So by using this approach, people have definitively figured out the very different growth mechanism. This is pretty much what people have been doing with graphene. Now I have to mention, people have figured out all kinds of ways of doing CVD synthesis using every imaginable precursor combination you can think of, polymer, gas phase, even bird drop can produce graphene. Pretty much any organic species can be used as a precursor. All you needed is some kind of carbon radical, essentially, to be captured by the metal substrate and then nucleate and grow a carbon sheet. I want to quickly transition to TMD. This is transition metal dichalcogenides. A very popular example is molybdenum disulfide, or molybdenum diselenide, or molybdenum telluride. Molybdenum is the transition metal part. The chalcogenide part is sulfur, selenium, and telluride. So any combination of these two can produce, in many cases, layered compound in the bulk, and they can be either exfoliated or thrown by chemical vapor deposition into single sheets. In this case, the basic growth principle is still the same. you have a high temperature environment, you have some kind of precursor, and they combine together, and you limit their growth into single layer, and then, wow, you got single layer TMD. But the chemistry is much more complicated because a lot of the precursors are not as simple as methane. Now you have to have two. And in particular, one of the components is a metal, and that severely limited the kind of choice you have because a lot of metal precursors are not volatile, even at pretty high temperature. By the nature of the name, chemical vapor deposition, so you have to have some kind of mechanism to transport the precursor in the vapor phase. But nevertheless, there's a significant effort put into the CVD growth of TMDs in part because this class of material is very interesting in terms of electronic property, in terms of optical properties. So they have very bright future in nanoelectronic industry. So at this point, people can grow wafer scale TMDs, 6-inch wafer, 8-inch wafer, single layer control, and even beyond that, hyperstructure, and some examples I'm going to show in a sec. The substrate used in a lot of those growth are also copper. Again, this is a absorption and growth mechanism. The bulk solubility of most of those TMDs are pretty low in the case of bulk copper substrate. But people have used other substrates even as simple as silicon wafer in growing those materials. Once you grow those materials, they are on the metal substrate. In this case, it's a gold foil that has been used. And this is the case where people grow tungsten disulfide, again, transition metal, chalcogenized. And one important task here is how do you exfoliate that single layer of 2D material from the growth substrate into something else so that you can make more interesting devices. A particular challenge here is a lot of the metal substrates, they're conductive. So if you want to make electronic device, you have to move it to another substrate that is insulating. And usually this is either a plastic substrate if you're interested in doing flexible electronics, or something like a silicon wafer where you can do large-scale lithography, because in that case you need a flat substrate to work with. So there's a lot of tricks being developed to exfoliate the single layer on the metal substrate. And the most common one, including in the case of graphene, remember graphene can also be grown on copper substrate. What people used to do is to simply etch away the copper. And that can be done by using a chemical etchant, iron chloride being one of them. But that is not economical in the sense that you consume the copper substrate. So people have looked at, in this case, exfoliation by electrolysis. You apply a low voltage and that produces hydrogen, and that creates this gap between the TMD and the metal substrate. And from there you can attach, you can also at the same time attach a flexible plastic substrate receiving the TMD. This, in a lot of cases, can be a thermal responsive plastic. And from there you can just press them together and pull them apart, and magically the interaction between TMD on the plastic substrate is stronger. And then there's additional hydrogen evolution that creates the exfoliation effect on the metal side. And by doing that, you can create, if you look at the bottom right, okay, there are 4 optical images, and they show very faint yellowish structure in the middle of the plastic, and the whole structure is a piece of plastic sheet. And what you see is the transferred TMD onto those plastic sheets. And you can make sensors out of this flexible substrate. You can make electronic devices out of this flexible substrates, so on and so forth. And on the left is this triangle shape. That's an atomic force microscope image showing a large domain of the TMD grown by the MO3D process. Again, the shape is related to the underlying crystal lattice. A lot of the TMDs have threefold symmetry, so when they grow, nucleate and grow, they grow according to their crystal symmetry, and oftentimes that gives you a threefold or sixfold shape. Okay, so this technique can be expanded even further, and this is a very high density information slide, but it showed an expansion of this growth technique into heterostructure. Now, think about this whole process. This is the nucleation and growth. You bring in precursors who will grow a little bit larger. Now, if you switch to a different precursor, you can have two different outcomes. In one outcome, if you start the nucleation and the growth, but you switch before the whole surface is covered by the TMD. Then what you can do is you can start with one nucleation, you can grow a small domain, and then you grow another material outside that domain. You still have one monolayer, but you have two different material composition. So that is a lateral heterostructure. Okay. You can also do it in another way. You grow one whole monolayer of one TMD, cover the whole surface, and then you switch to a different precursor. In that case, you will grow another layer on top of the existing layer. So that is a heterostructure in a vertical direction. So you can get lateral heterostructure or vertical heterostructure, and the top left, this is a TEM image showing a heterostructure starting with graphene and transition to MOS2. And you have graphene core and the lateral patch of MOS2. So this is a metallic transition into a semiconductor. And on the right-hand side, you have a lot of vertical nucleations, especially on the right bottom. You see a triangle, but inside the triangle, there's an even darker tone. And there you have two different layers. In one case, it's molybdenum disulfide diselenide, and on top of it, you have tungsten diselenide. And depending on the particular electronic structure, you can have so-called type 1 or type 2 heterostructure, or even type 3 heterostructure, and those are examples shown in this bar diagram on the right-hand side. Depending on how the band gap of the two materials are stacked against each other. If you have one small band gap and a larger band gap material, they are perfectly aligned in a sense. In the middle of the band gap, that's called a type 1, and that usually is a combination that's useful for energy transfer to one material. Okay. You could have a so-called type 2 where you have the staggered band gap, and that is a good combination for charge separation. You can create full excitation, but one charge comes to one material, another charge comes to another material. So solar cell come into play, come into mind in this kind of combination. But regardless, this is a very versatile technique and can this can give you a very useful control of electronic structure and can be useful in particular nanoelectronic applications. I want to go back to the liquid exfoliation. I shared this example of using kitchen blender to produce graphene, and this is the same research group, Dr. Coleman in Northern Ireland. And in this paper, they actually used kitchen blender, shown on the top left. They use this to exfoliate a variety of 2D material, including TMD. And on the photograph, you see MOS2, tungsten S2, and there's also example of boron nitride. Again, you got a lot of material out of this approach. They are not entirely single layer. if you look at the layer thickness distribution, they go anywhere from 1 layer to about 10, 12 layers. But you can get a lot of stuff. If you're interested in coding, integer storage, catalysis, this is the way to go. All right, very quickly, I was told lunch is ready somewhere, so I'm not going to hold you here for too long. I want to briefly mention 2D metallic nanostructure. Now, the graphene, the case of graphene is actually a so-called summer metal. The electron conductivity is actually pretty good, especially if you can dope it. But there is a lot of effort in making true metallic in the sense that you get metal atoms coming in. Okay. There are typically 2 approaches of doing this. One is so-called bottom-up approach. You can do a lot of colloidal synthesis. And on the left is one such example. You start with gold nanoparticle, spherical gold nanoparticle. And you add some iodine, and magically the nanoparticle will transform into plates. And the reason being, some of the small molecules, iodine, bromide in particular, they absorb to certain crystalline facets of gold, so that the growth along those directions are limited. Instead, they can only grow in certain other directions. And that can produce this plate structure, and there's a variety of metallic structure you can get in this approach. Silver, gold, platinum are examples I can think of right now. There's also a templated growth you can think of, where you start with some kind of a 2D template. In this case, it's graphene oxide. It's a surface that has a lot of hydrophilic oxygenated groups that can absorb and attach to metal clusters or metal atoms. And from here, if you add gold precursor and if your conditions are right, you can get 2D gold plates. And if you look at the B panel, that is a TM image of square-shaped metallic 2D sheets. There's also top-down fabrication approach, and some of this can be done using exfoliation. Example here is antimony, because bulk antimony has a layered structure to begin with, so you can use the same kind of exfoliation approach to get single layer nano sheet of antimony. Again, quite amazing. Another approach is this very mechanical in nature. You start with bulk metal. You can add some kind of sacrification layer, and you simply compress it mechanically, layer after layer. So you do mechanical pressing, fold it, press it again, fold it, press again. You know, gold, for example, has very good flexibility, and you can do this to the point that each layer is a couple of nanometer thick. In fact, even before graphene is known, people have been working using this approach to create very thin gold sheets to the point that is semi-transparent. You can see through very thin gold sheets if they're thin enough. So I can keep talking and talking for another hour, but I think I'll skip the application side. So there are applications in nanoelectronics I want to talk about. There's also a lot of application in sensing. There's a lot of application in electrocatalysis that 2D materials can be very good for. I can probably for another lecture, maybe combine this with application of carbon materials tomorrow. So I'll stop here and be happy to answer any questions you may have. Again, there's no stupid question, there's only stupid answer. So any question you ask will put immense pressure on my mind, but I welcome that challenge. questions?
Yes, the topic is open for discussion. Please give mic to that girl, student. I request all the participants to be attentive because there will be a quiz session also during this 5-day program and an MCQ test at the end. Qs will be held via a software which we have organized a few weeks back also. So that quiz questions as well as the questions of the MCQ test will be based on the topics covered in the lectures. So be attentive, listen to all the lectures, make your notes as well, and then be ready for the quiz as well as MCQ test. And apologies for some inconvenience during the start of this session due to the inverter issues, but now things have been settled down and the next lecture will also be very smooth. Thank you. So you are welcome to ask questions.
Sir, you mentioned that large-scale production.
Mic is not on.
Sir, you mentioned that large-scale production of graphene single layer leads to lower quality. So all the process of exfoliation like acid intercalation, oxidation lead to lower quality, or is there any other process that will produce good quality single layer graphene?
Can you repeat the question for her?
Sir, you mentioned that during exfoliation process, in large scale production, there will be lower quality. So all the process leads to lower quality, or is there any process resulting in good quality of graphene single layer?
I think you're asking
About the quality for during large scale production.
So during large scale production using exfoliation, does all the process lead to low quality, or will there be some variation between the methods? Okay. Yes, so there is, as I said, there's a variety of different exfoliation approaches. So, for example, here I only list 3, but even between those 3, there's a variety of very drastic different outcomes. In particular, the oxidation, this chemical conversion of graphite to graphite oxide and then exfoliation into graphite oxide. This one, for example, typically give you the worst quality in terms of maintaining the graphene lattice because the oxygen species are incorporated chemically. Now compare that to the direct mechanical exfoliation. The direct mechanical exfoliation actually has a lot less defects inside the flake. Now, because it's a relatively small flake, so there are a lot of defects around the edge. But that is different from the defect within the flake. So to answer your question more generally, yes, the different approach would produce different quality of material. And it all depends on what is your targeted application. You have to choose the approach that fits the end user expectation.
So according to the approach, we select the method. So according to the approach or according to the approach, we decide the method, which type of quality we need.
Correct. So the many applications will only will highlight some of those features. For example, if you are working in the case of energy storage, lithium intercalation, for example, think about lithium battery, rechargeable lithium battery. In that case, you do not care about defects that much. As long as the material is reasonably conductive, you care a lot more about availability of intercalation sites, you care about surface area, things like this. So in those cases, you may not really care exactly which exfoliation methods you use. In some other cases, you care about thickness. In that case, the oxidation-based approach may give you a lot more single layer, just because of the nature, the way it works. The direct exfoliation doesn't give you a lot of single layer that much. So again, it all comes down to what your end application would need.
Thank you.
Any other question? It depends upon the method which you are using. It also affects the quality of the product. Thank Professor Liu for this very enlightening talk, and we are closing this first session for lunch, and we'll be again here in this hall after the lunch is over. We have around 2 o'clock, so we'll be back at 2:45. We'll be back here at 2:45 p.m. Then we'll be having another lecture followed by a tutorial. Clear? And the detailed schedule of the 5 days program has already been given to you, and I am sure you must have gone through it. And it is clearly mentioned that attendance is also mandatory in all the sessions. Further, because the attendance sheet has to be submitted to the GIAN National Office. Further, an assignment will also be given to you based on the topics covered during the lectures. Some short answer type questions relevant to the topic of this course. It will be given to you tomorrow on 15th, and you have 2 days to respond, to complete that assignment, and on the last day, in the morning session only, you have to submit that. You may submit on 17th also, but the deadline is 18th morning session, so that we can evaluate the assignment. We'll go through the assignment, and by the valedictory session, we have all the data that who has submitted and what is the quality, what is the stuff you have included in that assignment. Along with that, we have one quiz and one MCQ based test. So with this, I am closing this session, and I invite you to please proceed for lunch. Tomorrow we will give you the assignment. That assignment has to be submitted on 18th morning. Thank you. Quarter to 3, please assemble again in this hall.
Hello, hello. Hello.
and the factors influencing these properties. So let us start the journey. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. Welcome back. In this talk, I want to share some of our recent work in our lab, where we look at the intrinsic wettability of 2D materials. Tomorrow I'm going to show additional work related to the wettability, but going beyond wettability, but basically looking at intrinsic properties of graphitic materials and other 2D materials. And the basic thesis I want to present to you today is that although a lot of 2D material properties has been extensively researched in the literature, however, there's actually a very strong justification to revisit those fundamental surface properties. I'll start by acknowledging the students who did work and postdocs who did the work. This is a research subject starting back in 2010 when I started at the University of Pittsburgh. On the left is the more recent photo. The background, as you may see, is the Cathedral of Learning building that I talk about in the morning. Funding from Air Force Office of Scientific Research, Office of Naval Research, and the National Science Foundation, as well as University of Pittsburgh internal funding have made this work possible. I have to mention that a lot of the work are also in collaboration with my long-term collaborator, Professor Lille at Pitt Chemical Engineering, and also Professor Shigeru Nemiya, who is the electrochemist at Pitt Chemistry. I want to highlight in particular research contribution from a previous postdoc, Sumay Survey from my group. He was one of the first postdocs to join my group and made an invaluable contribution. And also to current graduate students, Shukanka Kondu and also Anumita Kumar, excellent coming from India, and I really enjoyed working with them. Okay, I want to start with a quote from Albert Einstein, who said at one point that a theory is something nobody believes except the person who made it. Now, I know this may irritate you if you're a theoretician, but Albert Einstein also said the second half, that an experiment is something everybody believes except the person who made it. I find this quite intriguing and interesting, and hopefully you'll see why in a moment. In a nutshell, the kind of story I want to tell you in this lecture is sort of the second part, that an experiment is something everybody believes except the person who made it. All right, so going back to the science, you may wonder why wettability matters. Oh, let's see some comment from the chat. Please turn off your Mac if you can. Thank you. So wettability is a very fundamental surface property. It's very simple to measure. I'm going to talk about the measurement in a sec. But it's also very fundamental in the sense that it's directly connected to surface energy, which is a fundamental property of all materials. If you think about the ways we use materials, actually the ways we use a lot of 2D materials, cover materials, their application has a lot to do with surfaces. For example, in energy storage, in electrochemistry, there's always this interfacial arrangement of charged species, and how the surface interact with the species. A lot of it comes from the surface energy. You have high surface energy, the interaction will be stronger. You have low surface energy, the interaction will be weaker. Lubrication, for example, has a lot to do with surface energy. Graphite is a very well-known solid lubricant, and the mechanism for a long time are understood as a sliding action between the layers, for example. If you're working on catalysis, separation, that certainly has a lot to do with surface energy. High surface energy translates to stronger absorption, and that can be a good thing if you are looking for separation, and can be a bad thing if you're looking for catalysis, because too much absorption can hinder the catalysis and trap the intermediate, for example. For composite materials, there's a lot of relevance to surface energy as well, because how carbon fiber, for example, interact with polymer, how the adhesion between the two phases will play out has a lot to do with surface energy. Because it will promote the interaction between the two phases of the composite material. Now, even theoreticians are concerned about surface energy, and the reason, and actually also wettability, and the reason being it can't be always reproduce the bulk when it's difficult to get them right. But if you can get them right, that means your model is really, really good. Okay, so going back to the wettability, and all this interest from our group on the wettability started with carbon, and this sounds like a very simple problem. You are interested in understanding how much interaction there is between water molecule and graphite or graphene. Right? Theoretically, this turns out to be very difficult to tackle. At least 15 years ago when we started doing everything we have done. And the reason being graphite is it has onto any substrate. You either get complete wetting of the surface or some kind of non-wetting, and the so-called contact angle, this theta angle, can be seen as a force balance. Can be seen as a result of force balance between three surface tension: the solid liquid surface tension, the solid vapor surface tension, and the liquid vapor surface tension. You can just do a force balancing, and that will give you the Yancey relationship. Very widely used in analyzing the wetting behavior on pretty much all conventional situations. What you can do then is you can come up with some kind of model, let's say molecular dynamics simulation. You can just put parameters to describe very generic water-carbon interaction. Maybe you don't know the exact magnitude of this interaction, but it doesn't matter. You can just tune them. You can just change them to whatever number you want and run a simulation of molecular dynamics experiment until you get, for every simulation you run, you can always get the calculated contact angle. You can change the parameter until the simulated contact angle matches experimental data. Very simple to do. Obviously, you have to take into account of size effect and so on and so forth. But in principle, you can use this very simple measurement. Let's see. You can use this very simple measurement to figure out what is the intrinsic carbon-water interaction. Now, this is an experiment that is very easy to do. You can do it using your cell phone, add a drop of water, pull out your cell phone, take a picture, and you only need to measure the angle. That's it. Very, very easy to do. Now, in the particular case of graphitic material, the wettability of graphite has been studied for a long time. It goes back to 1940. This is a paper published on Journal of the American Chemical Society. If you're familiar with this journal, you know it's to a topography reason, because the carbon nanotube produces a porous structure, and that is a known contributor to increase water content on a hydrophobic surface. If you make the surface rough, it usually increases the apparent hydrophobicity. But more or less, you know, with this 35-degree data, which nobody take very seriously, people overall, you know, report a hydrophobic behavior, and water content got around 90 degrees for different kinds of graphitic materials. Now, I want to also emphasize that the graphitic material here are strictly non-functionalized. Those are sp2 carbon in different formats. There's no oxygen. We're not thinking about carbon materials with a lot of oxygen functional groups and so forth. Is the slide still on? No. Okay. All right. So it's not going to change my discussion very much, but this next slide will show a big cross on all the data. And what I want to tell you is that we think everything people reported, you know, from 1940 all the way to 2013, they're all wrong. We think all their data are wrong, and they all made a huge mistake in the 70 years of research on carbon wettability. And you may think I'm crazy, which I would think I was crazy at that time too. Now there's a particular reason it makes sense for everybody to think what my head was working at that time, and you would be correct. Is a very long history of scientific data that has been actually very reproducible. If you think about, you know, this is 70 years span of research, and it's work done on all kinds of carbon materials, graphitic carbon materials, and work done by many different labs around the globe. So it's a very reproducible data, and how can you show that those data are wrong? So, and that is my goal today. And my goal today is to show you that I was right. And I hope that you can be convinced by the end of this lecture that there's actually a lot of interesting things about certain seemingly very simple measurements. There are actually a lot of things going into that simple measurement. So it goes back to what Einstein said: an experiment is something that everybody believes except the person who made it. There's always this probably unfounded attachment to experimental data, right? A lot of times when you talk to a theoretician, you always ask them, does your data fit to the experiment? And what I want to tell you is that experiments are a lot of times not that reliable. Okay. So hopefully, oh, there you go. Okay, so that's supposed to be a dramatic moment of my presentation that they're all wrong and I was right. Okay, so going back to the science, it's actually a quite interesting story behind this. Why I got into this? Well, it's back in 2010. I started my independent career at the University of Pittsburgh. And I was interested in studying graphic chemistry at that time. I was not really interested in tribology or wettability or contact angle. That was not my thing. I was a chemist. I want to do modification of graphene. I want to do synthesis of graphene, a lot of things. But one thing leads to another. I ended up measuring wettability. So the data here shows on one side you see a model of the copper-based growth of CVD graphene that I introduced early in the morning. So here you have a copper foil, put it in the CVD chamber, you heat it to about 1,000 degrees, you flow methane, and methane decompose and deposit a single layer of carbon on both sides. And we can do Raman spectroscopy, and basically the Raman data, which is shown on the left-hand side, shows that we can get pretty good graphene. And so I got interested in doing chemical modification of graphene, and I got a lot of undergraduate students into my lab. I trained them to do graphene synthesis, but after they do synthesis, there has to be a way to characterize them. And Raman spectroscopy was the ideal approach to do this kind of analysis. It's a very reliable tool with one downside, that is, it requires the laser. And I had, at that time, I had an open space laser set up, a Raman set up in my lab. Basically, it's like the pictures you saw on the news, the laser beams going everywhere. It looks pretty cool on the news, but it's actually very dangerous. You have to work with them. Why is it dangerous? Because you have two chances of making mistakes when you work with laser. The first chance, you blind your one eye, you instinctively use your other eye to look for whatever is in the light beam, and you blind your other eye. You have two chances. So don't repeat that mistake. So as you may imagine, I don't want my undergrad students to risk their eyeball to do this experiment. So I have to think of something different. So my collaborator come up with the wettability measurement. Now you go back to look at the data here. People already measured wettability of graphene, which is around 90 degrees. And for copper, if the copper is clean, the wettability is around 20 to 30 degrees. So it's a very obvious change of wettability. If you have copper versus you have graphene on copper, you can simply tell whether you have graphene on copper by looking at the wettability. So that's what I thought. Now, so I end up having undergraduate students measuring the wettability and see they can be used as an alternative to Raman spectroscopy. And unfortunately, students come back and tell my collaborator and me saying, "Oh, professor, this thing doesn't work. We do our wettability measurement is all over the place. Sometimes it's 90 degrees, sometimes 80 degrees, sometimes 70 degrees, sometimes 40 degrees. But it doesn't matter what kind of wettability we got, we actually find there's always graphene." It turns out this synthesis, this CVD synthesis is so reliable. Now we don't have to do any characterization. Every time it works. But it puzzled us why the wettability measurement is not reliable. I want to make sure that the Zoom session is still working. I think it is working. Double check. Okay, screen is not visible. Let me reshare. Sorry about that. Okay, audience on Zoom, can you see the screen now? So it puzzled us for quite a while, And we spent a lot of time figuring out, and eventually we did. And it turns out there's a time dependence that we did not expect. So this is probably the most important figure slide in terms of data. So you have to look at one figure with data. This is the one I want you to look at. So on the left, I show a lot of lines, and those are contango of water measured on graphene deposit on copper substrate. So it's very long sentence. So contango of graphene on copper tested using water as a function of time. Now time is defined as time zero being the time when we take the sample out of the CVD chamber. So we grow the graphene on copper in a high temperature CVD setup. We cool it down to room temperature under hydrogen flow. We then take it out, and each graphene piece is about this large, so we can add a lot of water droplets. So what we do is we add a water droplet, measure contango. After a couple of minutes, add a drop of water at another location, measure contango, so on and so forth. Okay. So what you see is about 6 different samples. And for every sample, we do about 10 different measurements at 10 different locations. And so we record the contango as a function of time. Again, time zero is the time when we take the sample out of the CVD chamber. So what you see here is a very obvious time dependence. The initial contango measure is around 40 degrees. There's a large scattering. But despite this large scattering, you see this rapid increase of water contango, and it plateaus around 65 degrees within about 2 hours. Now on the right hand side, I show a similar kind of data collected from about 10 different samples. So same kind of idea, except I only show 3 different time steps: a 0 minute, at 1 hour, and at 1 day. And what you see is after 1 day of air exposure, the water contango measured on graphene actually come to the literature data around 85 to 90 degrees. So when we make the graphene and we measure the contango right away, they're about 45. If we simply leave them in air for about a day, their contango become 90. And the literature said the contango of graphene should be around 90. So we can reproduce the literature if we just wait for 1 day. Okay. Now if you look at this figure, you sort of can understand why the students will not get reproducible data, right? Because it all depends on when if they don't know there's a time dependence, then it doesn't matter when they do the measurement. So if they do the measurement right away, that's 45 degrees. That probably happens when the student just made a batch of graphene before group meeting and they are excited to show the advisor some data, so they are probably measured right away. If they made a batch of graphene on Friday afternoon, I don't know what's the situation in India, but in the United States, most students don't work in the weekends, so probably they'll measure the wettability on Monday instead, so that will give them 90-degree data. Right? So you get the idea. Now, obviously, to a scientist, the obvious question is, what is happening, first of all, and the second, once you know what is happening, then you can understand which data is the intrinsic behavior of the material, and which one is extrinsic. So for scientists, especially material scientists, it's always of interest to understand the intrinsic material, because that tells you the limit, the limit you can push, and the kind of change you can manipulate if you know the intrinsic behavior. Then you can understand how external factors impact those properties. So we did a lot of surface characterization, and some of them are shown here. One is ATR FTIR. This is to some degree surface sensitive FTIR technique. This is attenuated photo reflection FTIR. So what I show here is the high wave number region around the 2900 wave numbers. This is where the CH vibration would show up. And what you see here are CH2 vibrations in two major peaks. One is the symmetrical and another is the asymmetrical CH2 vibration. If you look closer, there's actually a shoulder peak around 950 wave numbers. That can be assigned to CH3 vibration. And those are measured on the same graphene sample, but at different time. And what you see is that the intensity of those peaks increases as the time increases. So what the data tells you is that the surface of graphene is accumulating some kind of hydrocarbon. Exactly what we don't know, but at least it has some CH2 component and some CH3 component. On the right-hand side is XPS, X-ray photo electron spectroscopy. This is a very surface-sensitive technique. It tells you what kind of elemental composition you have on the surface. And the particular peak I show here is the carbon XPS peak. You would expect carbon on this sample because you have single-layer graphene, which is made of carbon, so that is expected. What is unexpected is this broadening. You see the red spectrum was taken on the same sample, but after the sample was left in air for a couple of days. So what you see is the broadening of the peak on the high binding energy side. And what that means, for people who are familiar with XPS, it means that you have additional carbon being deposited onto the surface, and this carbon seems to have higher oxidation number, so they might be oxidized in some way. So based on this data, we come to the conclusion that by simply leaving your graphene sample in air, there's at least one thing happened, that is that there's a deposition of some kind of oxidized hydrocarbon, or partially oxidized hydrocarbon. Because there's CH2, there's CH3, and there's some kind of evidence from XPS suggesting oxygen incorporation. There's actually additional evidence from oxygen XPS showing increased contribution from surface oxygen. So the conclusion is that it absorbs hydrocarbon somehow, and because you're only exposed to air, and the only logical conclusion is that this hydrocarbon is coming from air. Now, this was a surprise to me at that time, but once we look into the literature, we find it's actually nothing new. There is hydrocarbon in air. They're at a very low concentration, typically on the order of parts per trillion to parts per billion. So ppb, ppm, or ppt level, okay, very low concentration. Where they come from? They come from all kinds of sources. You are working in a chemistry lab, you probably use some organic solvent, so they evaporate. Even if you are not in a chemistry lab, even in this lecture room, there's a lot of organic stuff in this room, like furniture. There's glue, right? There's vinyl floor. People actually have measured the amount of plasticizer emission from plastics. Pretty much every kind of plastic you use, there are additives added to them. Those are long-chain hydrocarbons blended into plastic to make them flexible. Those molecules will evaporate from the plastics very slowly. And people have measured their steady state concentration to be on the order of parts per trillion to parts per billion. Okay. If you sit in a new car, there's this new car smell, right? And some of that is coming from this hydrocarbon emission from all the plastic parts in the car. All right, so I teach PChem for a while. I taught PChem for a while, and it was a very good exercise for me using the gas kinetics theory to get an order of magnitude estimate of the kinetic behavior. So what we know is the typical hydrocarbon concentration is on the order of ppb to ppt. Now, if I make a gross simplification of the situation here, if I assume 1 atm of pressure, room temperature, if I assume that whatever molecule, gas molecules striking the surface, if I make the assumption that whatever hydrocarbon molecule strikes the surface will not go away. And using the terminology used by vacuum scientists, that would be sticking coefficient of 1. So strikes the surface will never go away. So based on this assumption, you can calculate the amount of time is needed to produce a monolayer coverage on the surface at a different partial pressure of gas. So based on that assumption, you can estimate about 3 seconds is needed to form a monolayer if the gas molecule partial pressure is on the order of 10 minus 9. This is the so-called Langmuir time used by UHV scientists. And translate that to concentration and atmospheric pressure, that would be a ppb level, parts per billion. If you are working at a parts per trillion level, that will make it to about an hour. So not too much away from what we saw in our kinetic study. So if you go back to the data on the left-hand side, that's about 20-30 minutes in the near term, and for a day that's 24 hours. So we're order of magnitude-wise, we're within that kind of range. So again, all kinds of things could contribute to the hydrocarbon component in air. Could be industrial, could be tailpipe emission, but even in a place like Aligarh Muslim University, you have a lot of trees here, a lot of flowers. They produce hydrocarbon as well. So nobody can escape this pretty much. Well, maybe if you're in a desert, maybe you can escape this. But in a typical lab, office situation, you're always going to encounter hydrocarbon in the air in some way. Okay? The details might be different, but it's always going to be there. And it's always important to recognize that this kind of contamination cannot be avoided by working in a clean room or by working in a glove box. Because if you think about glove box, they are often made of plastic material to begin with, and there's also often this plastic glove that you have to use to work in a glove box. Same thing applies to clean room, because a lot of the air in the clean room are internally circulated. Clean room are designed to remove particles in air. But here we're talking about molecular species that can impact material property and expected ways. All right, so once we figured this out, we started to look at different materials. So we look at graphene, and we then look at graphite. And here with graphite, we can do exfoliation. Remember the Scotch tape that I talked about in the morning? We can start with a piece of bulk graphite, add a piece of Scotch tape, just peel it away, and suddenly you have a clean surface. You don't have to do gas-phase synthesis. You can just do mechanical exfoliation, and that gives you the clean surface. So if we do the wetting measurement right away on this clean surface, and that is the dotted data on the left-hand side, we can do the wetting measurement as soon as a couple of seconds after the exfoliation. And in those cases, we measured contact around the 60 degree. Now remember, bulk graphite back in 1940, the contact angle reported was 85 to 86. Now we can indeed reproduce that data, and all we need to do is to wait for an hour. Okay. Again, this 1 hour is within the kinetic ballpark number we estimated from the very simple gas kinetic theory. And here you see this dotted data points, and those are measured on the exfoliated graphite. And you see within about an hour, 60 minutes, we recover the literature contact angle data around 80 degrees. On this same sample, we can also do additional measurement characterization because this is a reflective surface. We can use another technique called hypsometry, which is a common technique used to measure thin film thickness on reflective substrate. It gives the average thickness of thin film, so it doesn't tell you the fine structure. But regardless, it shows roughly growth of the thickness and plateaus around 0.5 nanometer after an hour. And you see the two data measurements highly correlate with each other, suggesting that the change of wettability is a direct result of the growth of whatever material on the graphite surface. Again, from on the right, we were able to show that after the exposure, there is indeed additional IR signature consistent with CH2 vibration on the surface. So pretty much everything we saw in the case of graphite on copper is reproduced here, but there's a difference between the two. You may notice that in the case of graphite on copper, the initial contact angle is around 42, 45 degrees. The initial contact angle here is different. It's 60. And what's the difference? The difference is the substrate. In the previous case, the copper underneath graphite is actually making an impact on the overall wettability. So that is a concept of wetting transparency, and I hope I have more time to discuss those tomorrow. All right, so based on those data, we again come to the conclusion that wettability of graphite and graphite, the data that has been reported in the literature are terribly wrong. We know they're wrong because we can reproduce them, and all we need to do is to make the surface dirty to reproduce them. So with this in mind, we started to look at surface energy. As I mentioned before, contact angle, wettability, contact angle is directly linked to the surface energy, liquid, vapor, vapor solid, and solid liquid. So by using different testing liquid of different surface tension, so we would be using water as a testing liquid, but you can do the same kind of measurement using organic testing liquid or other inorganic testing liquid. By varying the testing liquid, you can change the liquid surface tension, and by doing that, you can extract the solid surface tension by using certain mathematical model. The model we use is called, not surprising, it's called Fuchs model. Fuchs is the same guy who published the 1940 paper. As I said, he's a big shot in tribology. You know he's a big shot once you see an equation named or theory named after him. So the surface energy of graphite and copper was, as I said, was made by measuring contact angle using different testing liquid. And those data are shown for graph, and different color shows different time step. And top left is measurement on using water, and then right is diethylmethane, on the bottom is ethylene glycol, and then cholesterol on the bottom right. So regardless of the kind of testing liquid we used, you find out we always see the same kind of evolution. The initial contact angle is low, and as time goes, there's an increase in the contact angle. Okay. So this behavior persists even if we are using diethylmethane, which is a relatively non-polar testing liquid. This again is surprising, and we didn't expect this. Initially we thought we have organic molecule on the surface, and we thought if you are using organic testing liquid, it's going to be dissolved, so it shouldn't have any impact. But no, we still see the impact. So the implication of that is it's likely that those organic molecule contaminants are pretty sticky. There might be much stronger interaction than we thought between those molecules and the substrate, to the point that using diethylmethane, you cannot dissolve them or release them from the surface. Okay. So with this data, we can feed them into mathematical model, and in this case, the Fuchs model. The Fuchs model is very simple. It breaks down assumes that the interaction between liquid and the solid are made of two components. One component is the so-called, I guess, non-polar or van der Waals interaction type of interaction. The other part is the so-called polar component that would involve hydrogen bonding, charge-charge interaction, charge-induced charge dipole interaction, things like this. So if we feed the data into this model, we come to the surface unity diagram shown on the middle. And what you see here is that after 24 hours, now this is the so-called, I'm just going to call it third-day graphene, but this is also the graphene most likely measured by people in the previous literature. So what you see here is the non-polar components is dominating, and the polar component is almost zero. Now, the material chemists look at this and say, oh, this makes sense. Obviously, graphite and graphene is non-polar, so there shouldn't be any polar interaction. And if you look at the data measured after 24 hours of exposure, it sort of validates your model. Now, if you look at the data collected from the freshly prepared graphene, it's a very different picture. First of all, the overall magnitude of the surface energy is higher, about 25% higher. But more importantly, a lot of this difference comes from this polar component. There's a very sizable polar component coming out of this picture. Where does that polar component come from? I just told you graphene is non-polar, and it's indeed non-polar because there's no other things other than carbon atom. Our hypothesis right now is that there's a very strong high hydrogen bonding interaction, and this would originate from the proton in water being partially positive charged, interacting with the pi system of graphene, which is negatively charged. If you're organic chemists, you may know that benzene, solubility of benzene in water is a lot higher than that of cyclohexane. Those are small molecules, organic molecules of similar molecular weight. So if you only think about van der Waals interaction, their interaction with water should be similar. But their solubility differ by at least 1,000 times or something like this. And the reason is because there's a pi hydrogen bond interaction between benzene's pi system and water's proton. And that kind of interaction has been captured in the gas-phase cluster experiments. And we think a similar kind of interactions likely happening between water and the more extended pi system. All right, so I want to, it's already 50 minutes. I want to quickly move on to other materials. To keep a long story short, we find the same kind of behavior a lot of other material, 2D materials. So this is not unique to graphene. So the data we show here is the molybdenum disulfide. And on the left is the FTIR. You see this progressive increase in the CH2 vibration on the surface. On the right-hand side is the eusometry measurement. Again, this measures the average thickness of thin film on the material. And it shows this linear growth, more or less, of stuff on the surface approaching about half nanometer. Remember, half nanometer is also something we measure on graphite. Now, the slope of this growth, which is the kinetics, actually differs quite a bit depending on when we do the experiment. In this paper, we spent almost 2 years collecting different kinds of data, and this turned out to be something sensitive to the environment as well. Which is not entirely surprising because the environment can produce a lot of hydrocarbon depending whether it's spring, a lot of flower in Pittsburgh, or in the winter, or in the, when everything's dry and so on and so forth. And more recently, we started to look at the wettability of boron nitride, and there's a lot of controversy of this material in the wettability of this material in the literature. And on the left, I show the recent attempts to measure intrinsic wettability of boron nitride, some of them appear on graphene and graphite, so people are aware of the surface contamination issue. But still, you see the measurement scatters everywhere. Not only experiment, simulation also show very different outcomes depending on the kind of model they use. So we recently started to do the measurement on bulk single crystal boron nitride, and those are grown by high temperature process. You can get millimeter sized single crystal boron nitride bulk size. Very difficult experiment because we have to work with very small area, and you see the kind of structure shown here. The AFM image shows very high quality surface, but if you look at optical image, there's still a lot of fracture on the surface, so it's not the ideal system, but still one of the better systems we can use. Now, looking at the data using the XPS, I want to highlight this giant enhancement of carbon peak. So on the left is the freshly exfoliated boron nitride, on the right is the aged boron nitride. You see the carbon, you see the nitrogen and the boron peak, those are expected. And on the freshly exfoliated one, you see a small carbon peak in the middle, around binding energy around 300. But on the right-hand side, you see this gigantic enhancement of carbon peak, showing that by simply leaving your sample in air, you're accumulating a lot of carbon components onto the surface. And on the bottom, I show the wettability measurement. On the left is fresh. Here we did something new. We measured not only static contact angle, but also advancing and receding contact angle, trying to get a sense of the more additional information about the nature of the surface. Everything I said before, I showed you before, are measured by sort of a static method, basically adding a drop of liquid on the surface and then take a picture. But what you can also do is doing sort of dynamic contact angle by continuously adding liquid to that droplet or withdrawing liquid from that droplet. And by using this technique, you can get advancing contact angle and receding contact angle, respectively. But sufficient to see that we saw the same kind of behavior. The initial contact angle is around 60 degrees. Several hours of air exposure, we started seeing contact angle around 100 degrees. So the same kind of effect we saw in the previous studies on other 3D materials. We again saw this for nitride. And I also want to mention that after our work, many other research groups have reproduced our measurement on graphite and graphene, but also extending the data, the study onto a wide variety of 2D materials, TMD in particular. So I want to wrap up. There are other things I want to talk about, but I mostly want to come back to the slide I used to motivate the study. So now knowing that the surface energy of graphene or graphite or 2D materials are wrong, you may wonder, what does that mean?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So how can we remove those contaminated material that has been absorbed on graphene?
Yes, so that if you come to my lecture tomorrow, I'm going to tell you about it. But the short answer is yes and no. Some of them can be removed, but it's a very complicated story.
They affect the properties also. If they are absorbed in a multi-layer on graphene.
The absorbed material on graphene, some of them can be removed. We are also interested in looking at ways to prevent the absorption to begin with. So we look at both directions, but I'm more pessimistic at this time. Maybe there's not a good way to completely prevent them, but maybe we can get around them. Anyway, so I want to leave the slide here, and thinking about how surface energy can impact so many different processes on the surface and so many applications down the stream. There's a good chance that some of those applications are being unknowingly impacted by surface contamination, just like the wettability measurement. Everybody's doing it, everybody got the reproducible data, but everybody got it wrong. Now, there's a possibility that if we identify those unintentional contamination, maybe we can make the property a better one, maybe we can improve the device performance, things along those lines. But to do that, we have to take another critical look at those applications and think about, are we actually measuring the intrinsic material behavior? And my guess is that in a lot of those studies, probably at least some of them are not reporting the intrinsic behavior. Not to blame them, but it's just a difficult contamination that is very difficult to avoid. So I'll stop here and be happy to answer any questions. Again, thank you for your attention.
Please come to slide number 30. Slide number 30.
Sorry.
Can you please show us slide number 30?
13, okay. Wrong direction. Let me reshare. Okay, slide number 13. This one, I guess?
Yes, this one.
Okay.
Sir, you mentioned here what is the meaning of water contact angle of what is clean graphite and what is dirty graphite?
Right. So, well, when I say dirty graphite, I mean graphite that has been exposed to air for an extended period of time, to the point that their surface has been covered by hydrocarbons. So in this context, the dirty graphite would be the graphite after 60 minutes of air exposure.
So maybe this is hydrophobic in nature. This dirty graphite is hydrophobic in nature.
Correct. So the hypothesis I would put forward is that everybody previously measured wettability on graphite has been measuring on dirty graphite, where they found the hydrophobic behavior. But the intrinsic property would be much more hydrophilic.
Any other questions? Any other question from the students? Regarding the hydrophilicity and hydrophobicity of graphenes. Then we'll move on to the tutorial session. This is the second session, the second lecture of day 1. From tomorrow onwards, we have both the lectures in the forenoon session only. Before lunch, we'll complete both the lectures and we'll be having the tutorial only in the afternoon session. But because today we have an inaugural program as well in the morning, so the second lecture has been scheduled after lunch and now we are going to start the tutorials. Just 5 minutes. Staff College, which is also known as the Teachers Training College, Madan Mohan Malviya Teachers Training College, near SP Traffic Office, opposite Tippah College Hospital, where we have our conference in the month of November, the same place. From tomorrow onwards, 9:30 a.m. You have to be there.
last session today, I want to share some of my personal perspective on the analytical techniques that are commonly used for 2D materials research. I'm not going to go through all of them, but just thinking about the more useful ones. This is not going to be very geared towards scientific or fundamental science consideration, but rather more on the engineering aspect of things and how things work, that type of discussion. So a lot of the 2D materials research, they are challenging in part because of the characterization. If you think about the kind of materials you have to work with, a lot of times there are monolayer amount of material. So if you want to know something happens, whether something happens on those materials, you have to come up with use analytical technique that is sensitive to the very top monolayer of the surface. And you probably figure out that wetting is one of such things. But wetting doesn't give you a lot of chemical information. You know whether the material is hydrophilic or hydrophobic. You can make some guess based on that knowledge, but there's not a lot of information. The common techniques that I have been using in the past many years and used by many in the business are mostly Raman, atomic force microscopy, SEM, scanning electron microscopy, transmission electron microscopy, X-ray full electron spectroscopy and ultraviolet full electron spectroscopy, FTIR and ellipsometry. And of those, I want to pick three that I find particularly versatile. Many others are certainly very useful. For example, I'm not going to cover SEM and TEM because they are, in my view, limited view and biased view, they're more conventional in the sense that you can use them to look at morphology. There's a little bit less chemical information you can extract from them. So first of all, I want to discuss the Raman spectroscopy, and oftentimes you'll see people using micro-Raman spectroscopy. The difference being focused on the small area analysis. So Raman is a very well-established and extensively studied process. What happens in the Raman process is you have laser coming in. Laser hits molecules. Now molecules always vibrate. In a typical light scattering scenario, light coming interact with molecules and they will just be scattered away. There's no exchange in energy or momentum. And that is called relay scattering. So that is the predominant process. If you shine, let's say, 1,000,000 photons to a molecule, chances are all of them except one or two are being scattered in relay scattering process. Sometimes there are two kinds of low probability events. In one case, photon come in, and your molecule is in a vibrational ground state. And the molecule would undergo vibrational state excitation, taking energy from the incoming photon, and emit a new photon that has lower energy compared to the incoming laser. Remember, the incoming photon is monochromic because it's a laser. So this is the kind of signal that produces the Raman signal. I said there are two different kind of low probability events. The other one is the molecule is in excited vibrational state. Now the laser coming in, the photon actually de-excite the vibrational state, and as a result emit a new photon that is higher in energy. Okay. So both kind of process can produce Raman signal. but the first one is more common. Why is it more common? Because at room temperature, most of molecules are in their vibrational ground state. So you are more likely to encounter a molecule in vibrational ground state than having a molecule in a vibrational excited state. And actually, you look at these two kinds of Raman signals. They are called Stokes and anti-Stokes. By looking at the ratio, you can figure out the population ratio of molecules in ground state vibrational energy level and excited state vibrational energy level. You have taken PCAM, you will quickly recognize that should be based on Boltzmann distribution. And if you know Boltzmann distribution, there's a parameter called temperature. So Raman spectroscopy can actually give you a temperature of the molecule by looking at the vibrational distribution, energy distribution of a molecule, by simply looking at the Stokes and anti-Stokes lines of the same Raman signal. All right, so this is a very useful technique for 2D materials, in part because if you are using a laser, you can focus the laser using a microscope into a small area, limited by diffraction. So if you are using a visible laser, let's say 514 nanometers, a typical laser wavelengths people use. That's the grain laser pointer type of wavelength. You can focus that kind of laser to a point less than half a micrometer in size. And you can get signal from that small area. And that is why people sometimes use micro-Raman in their analysis. And you can do this in a point-by-point fashion. So you can create a Raman image, getting a map of 2D material, each point representing one Raman spectrum. And you can get information about the heterogeneity of the sample using this technique. That's the Raman mapping. So this is a very useful technique, but as I said, Raman spectroscopy usually is a low probability event, once in a million. Okay. Having said that, a lot of 2D materials are actually being characterized by Raman spectroscopy in a very satisfactory way. Two reasons. For one, a lot of 2D materials, they are semiconductors. They have band gap absorption at the laser wavelengths. And when that happens, there's a process called resonance Raman enhancement that can greatly enhance Raman cross-section by millions of times sometimes. There's another trick that people also often use. That is the substrate. This is something I didn't mention in my talk in the morning, but a lot of the substrates people use to support 2D material is silicon wafer with an oxide, with a silicon oxide top coating. Now that coating can sometimes become an optical cavity. Imagine you have a flat silicon surface, that is a mirror, and you have an oxide coating that is several hundred nanometers in thickness, and the refractive index of silicon oxide is about 2 something. So if you think about this combination, it actually approaches the wavelengths of visible light in many cases. So light can come in and come into the silicon oxide layer, being reflected by the silicon layer, and undergo multiple reflection. And if the thickness of the oxide is correct, is the right one, it can either enhance the reflection or reduce the reflection. You could have a scenario where light being trapped within the silicon oxide layer, and whatever material being deposited on top of silicon oxide undergo multiple excitation, and that can significantly enhance the emission, the Raman emission, and also effectively subject the material to higher optical excitation than you would have calculated using merely the light intensity of the laser, of the incoming laser. So, having said that, I want to show this optical photograph. This again, let's see this. So, photograph in the middle. is optical photograph. You see this is the purplish color. This is a signature color you would get from a silicon wafer with about 285 nanometer of oxide thickness. How do I know that number so precisely? Because that number is pretty important. If you make it too thick or if you make it too narrow, too thin, you will not be able to see graphene deposit on those surfaces, because the optical effect, the interference effect I mentioned would cancel the contrast in some cases, in some thickness, and enhance the contrast in others. And in the case of graphene research, people often use oxide thickness around 280 nanometer also, and that turns out to be a thickness that can enhance the optical contrast of graphene, and by the same reason enhance the Raman use. So for graphene samples deposited on those samples, those kind of substrate, you can produce a pretty strong Raman signal by using Raman laser intensity as low as a milliwatt or so. You can get very decent Raman signal in a couple of minutes using a milliwatt of signal focused onto a diffraction limited spot. That is actually a very strong Raman response, knowing that you only have one monolayer amount of material. Now, if you can deposit a graphene onto another substrate, you may not be so lucky. For example, the graphene sample on copper, supported on copper substrate. In that case, you don't have this optical cavity. In those cases, you have to integrate your signal for like an hour before you get any meaningful signal. And oftentimes, an hour is not enough. So the Raman signal is particularly useful in carbon research, and hopefully I'll have more time to talk about this tomorrow, but sufficient to say there are three important Raman peaks from carbon. They are all very sensitive to the structure of graphene. If you look at the spectra on the right-hand side, and this is 4 different spectra of graphene separated by the actual layer thickness. And on the one layer graphene, you see 2 permanent peaks. There's one around the 1580 with numbers. That is so-called G peak. You have to think about the actual molecular vibration. You can think at the stretching of the carbon-carbon double bond, something like that. Now, the vibration in the bulk graphene is different from molecular species because there are different symmetry selection rule being imposed. Now, this peak would be proportional to the number of layers. If you look at the vertical stack, the more layers there is, the stronger the G peak there is. That's pretty much linear. If you double the layer thickness, you double the intensity there. There is also a very strong signal around 2700 wave numbers. This peak, oftentimes is called 2D peak. Some other people call it G prime peak. People use G, but 2D and G prime are probably the most often used names in the literature. One way to think about this peak is this can be viewed as an overtone of the so-called D peak, which I'll mention in a sec. This one is very sensitive to thickness as well, but it doesn't really change the intensity as a function of thickness, but rather it changes the shape. So for monolayer graphene, it shows a very simple single Lorentzian line shape. But for 2-layer and thicker layers, there are actually more components. In the 2-layer case, I think there are at least 3 or maybe 4 components of different peak components. In that peak, you see this obvious line broadening. In addition, it's also sensitive to doping. Depending on whether the graphene is doped with extra electron or extra hole, it will shift to different direction. Now, on the left-hand side, I also show additional data data taken from the liquid exfoliated graphene. And if you compare this two, you'll find there's this one additional peak around 1350 with numbers. And this one is so-called D peak, or you can think about it as defect peak. This one comes from essentially defects. If you have to think about molecular vibration picture, that would be the ring breathing mode. If you think of benzene, there's a ring breathing mode. You know, the ring becomes bigger, smaller, and that vibration has energy around 1350 wave numbers in bulk, graphene and graphite. Now, if you think about the bulk, as I said, they're different from molecular, because in the benzene ring, in a molecular benzene ring, you have this ring breathing mode. But in a bulk graphene, you cannot have that breathing mode if there's no defect, because you cannot have all the rings breathe at the same time. It just doesn't work that way, because it's infinite chain of rings. So this mode would only be possible if you have defect embedded in the lattice, so that will activate, that will break the symmetry and make the ring breathing mode a possibility. So having this peak showing up would be an indication of structural defects in graphene structure. That can be an edge, can be a point defect, can be 5-member array instead of 6-member array, so on and so forth. The intensity of the D to G peak, the ratio of those two, is often used as an indication of how much defect there is. And there are all kinds of calibrations you can find in literature. I don't want to go to the details, but you can essentially link the D to G ratio to some kind of defect density. Again, people have very different ideas how this kind of correlation should be made. But even given this complexity, there's a very good calibration you can follow. Okay. So the last thing I forgot to mention is there's also the effect of strength, mechanical strength. Because this is a single layer, atomic layer material, a lot of 2D materials are actually very flexible. You can stretch them, you can compress them, just like a plastic membrane, a rubber membrane. Yeah. In the case of graphene, you can actually stretch the graphene to a very significant degree. People have shown that single layer graphene can be stretched 10% or something like this. This is unimaginable in any other bulk material. Single crystal metal, for example, can be pulled about 0.5% and then it will break. So this is an incredible material in that kind of context. The mechanical strength will also show up on the G and 2D peak. You'll see a progressive shift of those peaks depending on the strength being compressive or the other way around. All right, so that is Raman, and as I said, Raman has been used in all kinds of 2D materials research, not only limited to graphene, but also a lot of TMDs have been characterized by graphene. Again, there's similar behavior there, although not exactly the same, but the sensitivity of the Raman signature with respect to number of layers and doping level and the strength has been a common feature in 2D materials research. Now I want to switch gear a little bit to XPS and UPS. Those are two techniques are commonly used in surface analysis. XPS is X-ray photoelectron spectroscopy, and UPS is ultraviolet photoelectron spectroscopy. They are very similar technique in that they follow the same kind of concept. So in both cases, you shine a photon into atom. In the XPS case, it's X-ray photon. In the UPS case, it's also a deep UV photon. Same principle, except the energy is different. And the photons would interact with the electrons in the atom, and it will essentially kick off one of those electrons. Now, depending on the energy of the photon, the likelihood of which electron to be kicked out would differ. Sometimes it's a deep S-level electron. Some other cases it's more valence shell electron. Because the cross-section of electron-photon interaction depends on the photon energy. And as a result, there will be a different selection or sensitivity or preference of whether exciting a core level electron or valence shell level electron. Now, regardless of what electron is being kicked out, it's being kicked out. And what you can do is you can collect this photoelectron, and from there you can measure the energy of this photoelectron. And from there you can figure out which kind of atom this electron is coming from. So with XPS and UPS, you will have this ability to get some atomic elemental composition information. And even more precisely, the oxidational state of the element would impact the exact energy of the photoelectron, sometimes called binding energy. And typically a higher oxidation state, so more positive charge, would produce a higher binding energy of the photoelectron. So this tiny shift, usually just a couple of eV or less than the eV, will give you a little bit of more chemical information, even though it's not a lot of chemical information about the oxidation state of those elements. So the benefit of both XPS and UPS is high surface sensitivity. And the reason being the photoelectron does not travel very far in solid materials. They got captured, they got scattered. So the X-ray actually can travel very deep into material. A lot of materials, X-ray can travel micrometers, even millimeters deep, not a problem. But the photoelectrons, even though they are being generated everywhere in the material, only the photoelectron generated on the top surface can escape the material. The mean free path of a lot of photoelectron in solid state material within the context of XPS is a couple of nanometer, maybe tens of nanometers in some cases if you are lucky. So in other words, only the top few nanometer of material can generate photoelectron, and those photoelectrons can escape. Additionally, because the mean free path of photoelectron is so short, the most likely survival pathway of those photoelectron of getting out of the solid material is going vertically up. If it goes in an angle, so if I have my material to be analyzed, and I have photoelectron generated here, if it go up vertically, it will go through the least path possible. Okay. But if you go vertically, it will more likely to be absorbed by the material without being escaped. So what that means is if I have my detector, if I can change the angle of the detector relative to the normal of the surface, I'll get different information. Why? Because imagine I have 2 points of photo emission, one near the surface, one deep in the surface. If my detector is closer to the surface, then most of the signal will be the one coming from the surface. Whatever deeper signal will be absorbed, their photoelectron is not going to escape. However, if I increase my detection angle to the normal, I have more likelihood to see the photo emission deeper in the sample. So by changing this angle, I can change the surface sensitivity with lower detection angle, giving me more surface sensitivity, with detection angle near 90 degrees, giving me least surface sensitivity. But even at the least surface sensitivity configuration, I still get most signal coming from the top few nanometers of the surface. Now, if I do this kind of angle resolved measurement, and I put my data into some kind of mathematical model, I can figure out exactly where my signal is coming from. You can figure out which signal is coming from the surface, which one is coming from deeper the surface. And that sometimes becomes handy when you have, for example, two layers of 2D material stacked on top of each other, and you want to show, oh, I have molybdenum disulfide on top, and I have graphene on bottom, or vice versa. XPS can tell you that by doing angle result measurement. On the right-hand side, I show typical XPS data on the top, and also UPS data on the bottom. Let's see if I can move this. So the UPS data in particular is interesting in that it shows a lot more chemical information that you do not see. Somehow this is okay. I'll give up. But you probably see that the UPS, even though only part of it is visible, there's a lot more change. You see, there's a lot of growth. So what I show here are graphite samples exposed to air for different amount of time. Now you see in this graphite sample, which is different from graphene and copper again, okay? The XPS data actually doesn't show any difference. You know, after exposing the anyway, so the UPS only, although it only shows the top part, you see the XPS part doesn't show any difference after I leave the graphite sample in air for 20 hours. But the XPS data show dramatic difference, and that's in part because, as I said, the XPS and UPS are sensitive to different parts of the electron. In the case of XPS, it's sensitive to the 1s shell, and in the case of UPS, it's the 2p shell and the valence shell. And the sensitivity is very different, and that showed up in this dramatic evolution that you can observe in UPS, showing that there's actually a lot of organic materials deposited down on the graphite, but not showing up in the XPS. And last part, I want to talk about atomic force microscopy. Again, this is a highly versatile technique. How this works, you have essentially have a needle. Think of my finger as a needle, and this needle vibrates because there's a piezo driver vibrates this needle, and vibrates at very high frequency, about typically couple hundred hertz. The experiment we do in our lab typically use the tip that vibrates about 300 kilohertz. Okay. So 300,000 times vibration per second. And this needle would tap the surface, and there's a piezo driver to detect, to move the sample. And there's also a laser. You see, so that's the needle I'm talking about. And there's a laser shooting onto the back of the needle, okay, and being reflected. The light is essentially a cantilever. You can magnify the movement difference. And there's a detector here. It detects the movement of the laser beam as a result of the vibration. Okay. So this detector can know how much vibration there is and what is the magnitude of the vibration. It can actually also detect many other things like the phase and so many different things. But sufficient to say that the detector will be able to tell whether the tapping has been in contact with the surface or not. Because once the tapping is in contact with the surface, the magnitude of the vibration is smaller. And what the system can do is it can create internal closed loop system to automatically lower the surface or raise the surface so that it will maintain certain constant contact between the needle tapping and the substrate. And also can scan the substrate X and Y direction, and also remember there's a Z direction closed loop. So by doing this consecutive scan, you can image of the surface. So that's the so-called tapping mode. You can also do it in a different way. You can decide, I'm not going to do any vibration. I'm just going to use it as a needle. I'm just going to touch the surface and get a feeling of what kind of stuff on the surface. That's an oversimplified way. But if you do it that way, you can also get an image that's called contact mode. You have more interaction with the substrate, but you get more forceful intrusion of the surface. If you have a liquid layer or you have something viscous that may be masking the contact mode imaging. What's more interesting, certainly this will give you a lot of topography information that 2D material research is very much care about. But it's also a versatile technique in terms of getting additional material properties. There's so much you can do by adding another component of interaction to the tip, between the tip and the substrate. And there I list 3 different expanded AFM techniques, so to speak. One is the conductive AFM. I'm going to show one example tomorrow. And this is the case where you just add a voltage between the tip and the substrate. And certainly that would assume your tip is conductive and your substrate is also conductive. And in this case, you can measure the current passing through the tip to the sample. And you can get a local conductivity data from this kind of measurement. In the middle is so-called electrostatic FM. This is a more complicated case. Here you do 2 different kind of measurements. First, you do a topography measurement, so you get a sense of what kind of surface topology it is. And once you do that measurement, then you come back and image the surface again, but do it slightly differently. You're going to lift your sample a little bit up, about 10 to 100 nanometer up, typically several tens of nanometer up. And you're going to apply a little bit of potential to the between the tip and the sample. And you're going to look at the vibration phase lag of the tip. And this phase lag will change based on electrostatic interaction experienced between the tip and the substrate. So this technique will allow you to detect the presence of charge on the surface, down to single charge or even partial charge on the surface. So you have molecules, you have for example, nanoparticle that is being fully excited and produce a charge separation. This technique can tell you how many charges are being produced on your nanoparticle, how many are being injected into a substrate. The last one is a very similar technique called Kelvin probe force AFM, and this is very similar to electrostatic AFM, but using a slightly different methodology to detect the surface potential, not charge separation, but looking at, for example, oriented dipole on the surface. If you have organic molecules oriented in a certain way, this can produce a surface dipole, and that can be detected by, that will produce a change of surface potential, which will be detected by the Kelvin probe force microscopy. Similarly, if you are working with 2D material, a major component of a lot of electrochemical study and also nanoscale electronics fabrication involves doping of the material. The doping would change the surface potential as well, and that, again, would be detected by Kelvin probe microscopy. So the kind of almost limitless. You can do mechanical measurement, you can figure out the mechanical response, you can figure out the magnetic response from material, so many different things from one very simple technique that is just tapping of surface using a needle. So I'll stop here and I know Professor Ken is going to talk about other practical things that might be relevant. So I'd be happy to entertain any questions at this stage. Again, this is a very interactive format, and I'm trying to share some of the practical aspects of research in 2D materials in this setting. And if you have any, practical questions or tricks you want to know in research in this area, I'd be happy to discuss those as well.
So you may ask questions relating to these characterization techniques that Professor Tao has just covered. The AFM technique, atomic force microscopy, the Raman, as well as one more technique that you have just covered. So XPS and UPS, of course. The ultraviolet photoelectronic spectroscopy and X-ray photoelectronic spectroscopy. If you have any question relating to that, I once again request you to please get yourself involved. Listening is good, but asking is very important. Ask questions. If you have any query, please ask. In case you have a query relating to today's topic, even tomorrow, you can also ask the next day. Now I'll be speaking on electrochemical techniques which are used for the electrochemical characterization of a system, mainly used for sensors, also for energy storage devices, fuel cell. So for these three types of systems, we use these techniques, the LSV and CV, linear sweep voltammetry and cyclic voltammetric techniques. Just a second, I'll be starting. Thank you, Professor Tao, for back-to-back 3 lectures, full of energy. Still you are looking very energetic, full of lots of learning, and we have learned a lot, the students learned a lot, and definitely there will be some deliberations also, maybe during the tea session or tomorrow also, we'll be having some discussions as well. Thank you. Chairman Sahab wants to say something. He may come on the stage to formally thank Professor Tao for day 1 sessions.
cranium. So it's high time for you. Today we are on the verge of finishing of day 1. So come prepared for tomorrow. Go through the schedule before coming to attend the second day so that you can be well versed, because asking question tells you that you are on a learning track. If you are not asking, it means you are not learning. Simple. So if you are asking, it means you are intriguing in it. You are dwelling into it. You are going through it into it. So it is very important, because science starts with when, what and how. So you should take into essence that you should ask questions, and you can only ask questions when you learn it, otherwise you cannot. So I again urge you that Gyan ki Ganga beh rahi hai, and it's up to you that how much Gyan you are going to take with you. Okay. Have a nice learning experience. Thank you.
So in this tutorial session, I will be covering the voltammetry techniques, how the technique is being done in laboratory. We'll also show the video of the two common and most widely used voltammetry techniques, LSV and CV. A video has been recorded in our lab based on the cyclic voltammetry or potentiostat instrument, and that video has right from the beginning what are the steps, how we connect the electrodes, what is a two electrode system, and how we basically, when we start the reaction, when we start the system, how we take the data, how we collect the data. Cyclic voltammetry and LSV, they are one of the widely used voltammetric techniques. First of all, what is the difference between voltammetry and amperometry? There are two common techniques, amperometry and voltammetry. In case of voltammetry, we give a sweeping potential signal, means we measure or monitor the current in response to a changing potential. We take a system, put the electrodes, connect those electrodes, and then we give a variable potential signal. At different potentials we measure the current, and then we plot a graph of current versus potential, I versus V. While in case of amperometry, we monitor the current at a fixed potential. And since the potential is fixed, we monitor the current as a function of time. So amperometry has a graph of I versus T. The current is plotted with respect to time, and while in case of voltammetry, we plot current with respect to voltage. Now, for studying this voltammetry or amperometry, there are two types of systems which are common, quite common. That I'll be covering this in my main lecture that I'll deliver on 17th. Just to give you a brief information, there are two types of systems. One is called as the two electrode systems, which is quite common for the yesteryears. We have been using a two electrode systems in which one we have a working electrode as well as a counter electrode. But the two electrode system can be used to study the electrochemical behavior of the behavior of a single electrode. If you want to study the behavior of either the cathode or the anode, we generally prefer a three electrode system. And a three electrode setup consists of a working electrode, a counter electrode and a reference electrode. Now there is a problem because all the batteries have two terminals and now you have three electrodes. How will you connect them? So what do is we short circuit the working and counter electrode together and then connect with one of the terminal, while the reference electrode is connected to the other terminal. In this way a three electrode system is being formed, and that three electrode system is very useful for detailed analysis of the electrochemical behavior of a particular electrode. Clear? The information which we are not able to get from a two electrode system, or the information is not much reliable, that can be obtained with the help of a three electrode system. Before actually taking dive into how the reaction, how the system is being connected and how the data is being generated, there is a basic question: what is the difference between a chemical reaction and an electrochemical reaction? A chemical reaction involves breaking and formation of bonds. Some old bonds have been broken, new bonds have been formed to give a new compound, resulting into a new compound. On the other hand, in case of an electrochemical reaction, the electrons are transferred through an electrochemical or through an external circuit. There is no direct transfer of electron. Electrons are transferred through an external circuit, resulting into the oxidation of one component by the reduction of the other component. Similarly, it is written chemical and electrochemical reduction. Since a chemical reduction is basically a reduction by the chemical species, one species is reducing the other. While in case of electrochemical reduction means the electron are taken up by the component. So electrons are being accepted from electrode to the component, and that component is reduced. Similarly, in case of oxidation, the electrons are transferred to the electrode in case of electrochemical oxidation. For a normal chemical oxidation, the electrons are transferred to some other species which undergo reduction. Now the two, I think we have focused mostly on cyclic voltammograms here, but as I said, LSV is also a very important technique. Linear sweep voltammetry, as I said, in case of voltammetry, we sweep the potential, we vary the potential, we give different potentials to the system, and in response to that potential, the current which is being generated by the system is first of all calculated and then it is plotted. In case of LSV, we vary the potential in one direction only. For example, if we are starting from -1, we are taking into +1 only, or from 0.5 to 1 volts. But we are not taking it back because it is only a linear process, it is not a cyclic process. So in case of LSV, we vary the potential in one direction only. While in case of CV, since the word cyclic is there, we vary the potential in two directions. First of all, we take the potential from -1 to to +1, then again from +1 to -1. And that is why we call it as a cyclic system, and duck-shaped curve are obtained as a result of this cyclic voltammetry, in which current is being monitored against the input potential, and that potential is varied in a cyclic fashion. As it is written, a cyclic voltammetry plots current y-axis and potential x-axis. The potential is swept linearly with time between the defined limits. For example, as I said, from -1 to +1, and then from +1 again to -1. So that it is very useful for reversible reaction, because in a reversible reaction we have one component, for example, is oxidizing to give a reduced oxidized product, then again that oxidized product is accepting electrons, showing the reduction reaction. So it's a cyclic process. So for reversible reaction, cyclic voltammetry is the most preferred technique. And nowadays I have seen most of the people are working on this technique, because whether it is the sensing technology, electrochemical sensor, or the energy storage devices, all the electric vehicles which are being developed, the lithium-ion batteries which are being used, they all are basically characterized by these techniques. Even the phone battery which you are using in your phone, they are being characterized by cyclic voltammetry technique. And the batteries are also characterized by GCD, which is also known as galvanostatic charge discharge, to check how a battery can store charge and up to how long a charge can be stored in a battery. So the electrochemical setup basically consists of a working electrode. Working electrode is the main electrode at which the analyte is undergoing oxidation or reduction. It is the main electrode at which the analyte is responding. Carries out the electrochemical reaction of interest. The common materials which are used as a reference electrode, I am sure you must have studied the electrochemistry in your BSc or in MSc, and there you have studied various types of reference electrodes. Although we have standard hydrogen electrodes that can also be used, but storing and transportation of standard hydrogen electrode is a bit difficult, because standard hydrogen electrode, I think you still remember that there is a platinum wire dipped in a solution of 1 molar HCl concentration, and hydrogen gas is continuously pumped into it at 1 atmospheric pressure. So storing that electrode needs continuous supply of hydrogen gas. Transportation becomes difficult. Therefore, instead of standard hydrogen electrodes or other electrodes, we prefer either the classic carbon electrode. We may also have a silver chloride electrode, which is one of the most commonly used reference electrode. You can also use calomel electrode. These two electrodes are the most commonly used electrode. The silver chloride electrode, which comes under the category of metal insoluble salt electrode. पढ़ा होगा आपने, metal insoluble salt electrodes. So they comes under that category, calomel electrode or the silver chloride electrode. They are mainly used. You may also use classic carbon electrodes. They are basically that I am telling of reference electrode. Okay. So in case of working electrode, I said you may use a glassy carbon electrode, or you may also use carbon paper available in your lab. If you are working on a material, just take that material, deposit a coating on that support. That support may be a glassy carbon electrode or a platinum electrode. Most of the time we do not use platinum electrode because it is very costly. So we prefer other electrodes like glassy carbon or carbon paper or carbon felt. Then the second electrode, which is called as the counter electrode. Counter electrode is basically used, platinum wire is used as a counter electrode. It completes the external circuit. Typically has larger surface area than working electrode. It is used in the form of either a platinum wire or a platinum disc. Then comes the reference electrode, the examples of which I have already given. You may also use a standard hydrogen electrode, but we prefer, because storing and transportation is easier, we always prefer silver chloride electrode or calomel electrode. We are using in our lab silver chloride electrode as the reference electrode. Now preparing for experiments. Before taking the LSV or CV experiments, we always start with a good solvent, because these experiments are carried out in a liquid media. That media could be water, that could also be an acid or an electrolyte or a basic electrolyte. That you have to select, or if you are not aware that your material will work very good in acid or basic media, then what you can do is just perform a simple LSV measurement in acidic condition, basic condition, and where you get the best answer, you may start with detailed experiment in that particular solution, whether it is acid system or a basic electrolyte system. Then supporting electrolytes, typically because it's an electrochemical system, the solution must have good conductivity, so we use electrolytes to improve the conductivity. So a typical salt that increases solution conductivity and limits analyte migration is used. We sometimes use KCl also. We may also use tetrabutyl ammonium salts or maybe some other salts depending upon the availability. Then comes the electrode preparation part. We'll also show the video tomorrow for electrode preparation, and for CV measurement we'll show the video today. Electrode preparation. Before preparing the electrode, for example, if you are working on a glassy carbon electrode, you must have to clean the glassy carbon electrode with the help of ethanol or some other solvent. Once the electrodes are clean, then only you may go for coating of your material on the electrode. The material which you have prepared, you have to coat it on the electrode, and before doing the coating, you have to clean the electrode. Otherwise, your coating will not be uniform and your coating will not be stable. Once you complete the coating, if you have not cleaned the electrode, you put the electrode inside the system, your material will start basically wearing off. It is start getting into the solution from the electrode. So you have to put a stable coating, a uniform coating for correct results. Then data collection. The best practices for data collection include best practices for data collection. First of all, prepare your electrolyte by dissolving a suitable electrolyte in water, maybe 2.2 molar or 0.25 molar. But the most important thing before carrying out experiment is to completely remove oxygen from the system, because oxygen is a good electron acceptor. If you have not removed oxygen, it will take up the electrons, while the analyte, because of that, may not show the required oxidizing or reducing activity. So for good data results, you have to completely remove the oxygen from the system, and for that we bubble the system with any inert gas. Most of the time we prefer nitrogen, readily available, the cost is also low. You may also use argon or helium, but we prefer nitrogen gas. We pass nitrogen gas into the system, we bubble it for 5 to 10 minutes so that all the air has been removed from the systems and the system is completely under anaerobic conditions. Then we take the system for study to ensure that there are no oxygen or there are no other electron acceptor except the analyte, so that analyte may give the response. If any other electron acceptor will be there, instead of analyte, the oxidation or reduction of that electronic acceptor will take place and you will get no useful information will be obtained. Then running the experiment, add the analyte, record the voltammograms and at least take 2 or 3 readings, and also check the reproducibility of the electrode preparation. It may happen that you, for the first time, if you are doing, you have got good result, but you always have to check the reproducibility. It may happen that you have incurred some error. So if you have incurred some error for the first time, the same during the second or third measurement. Therefore, always do your experiment, reproduce your experiment 2 to 3 times. Record some background data also. Take a background scan so as to know if some impurities are present or not. If there are certain impurities, there must be some peak during the background record as well. However, if the background record is clear, there will be no such impurities, there will be no such peaks in the system, and then you may safely start, you may safely add the analyte and start your experiment. As I said, minimizing them, because for good data practices also I have explained, same is the concept for minimizing experimental errors. Clean your electrodes, maintain inert atmosphere, remove oxygen by passing inert gas, reduce ohmic drop. Ohmic drop is basically defined as the resistance which is created by very high concentration of electrolyte. So you do not have to take very high concentration of electrolytes. You have to keep the concentration of electrolytes low. You have to keep the solutions dilute for proper data analysis.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir, but slides are not moving. I'm not able to follow your presentation.
Are used for studying the complex mechanism. Even LSB fails to give data information about the complex mechanism. There we use cyclic voltammetry. It is also used for diagnostic criteria and various other chemical as well as electrochemical reactions. It is used in the sector of renewable energy for the characterization and testing of fuel cells. It is also used for, as I said, for sensing, electrochemical sensing. I am sure you all must be aware that the glucose sensor used for sugar monitoring is also an electrochemical sensor. And a sensor basically consists of 2 main components, the sensing element and the transducer. The sensing element is the electrode which we use to put the blood drop, and the transducer basically convert that oxidizing or reducing data into an electrical signal which we read with the help of that machine. So the sensor is not that machine, it is that electrode which is available in the market on the medical shop. So this is the difference in LSV. The potential of working electrode, as I said, is swept linearly with time in one direction only. While in case of say CV, the potential is varied in a cyclic fashion, forward scan and reverse scan. The resulting plot is called as linear sweep voltammogram. The current is, while in the other case it is called as cyclic voltammograms, a duck-shaped curve is obtained. We have peak current values for oxidation as well as reduction cycle because of reactions. And LSB is primarily used to study the onset potential of redox reactions and provide information about oxidation and reduction potentials. It is not preferred for reversible or quasi-reversible. Quasi-reversible are just like pseudo-reversible reactions. Even for those reactions it is not used. Now I am going to show you a video where you can see how these data, how the electrodes are connected to the terminal, how we operate the system with the help of software to calculate the data.
In this video, we have shown the demonstration of our potential state, and after that, we have also synthesized the material, already synthesized material, and then prepared electrodes. And so on, you have seen the image that this is the silver electrode, and the electrolyte, silver chloride electrode, and the analyte. Here. After that, we will show you in this video how to fabricate the electrode. We have used the classic carbon electrode. First of all, to prepare the electrode, we have to make a cylinder which is supposed to be deposited on the surface of the electrode. So we have taken the classic carbon electrode. Before prepare the electrode, we have polished the surface of the electrode using aluminum.
These are the three terminals that are connected to which we connect the electrodes. Black is
for the counter electrode, which is connected to the platinum wire, and we have seen this is the classic carbon electrode.
White color electrode is the classic carbon electrode, where we have deposited the material. First of all, we make the slurry and then deposit the slurry on the classic carbon electrode. The black terminal is for the counter electrode. This is for reference. L2GC, the classic carbon, which acts as a working electrode.
So we are in the Metron software Nova.
We are using potentiostat from Metrohome Auto Lab from Netherlands, and the software is Nova.
Now we will perform the before performing the cycling voltammetry, we have to take some settings so that we can perform the testing according to our convenience. And this is the linear shift voltammogram, and you can see on the x-axis the potential, and on the y-axis the current is. So this is the linear shift voltammogram. From 0 volt to 1 volt. Like be given into the software. So it is going fast, otherwise it will so
high standards because so that you can have the complete. The system will ask you what scan rate you would prefer for this analysis. Scan rate means the potential window which we have selected from 0 to plus 1 volt, how the potential changes every second. Whether you want to change 10 millivolt per second or you move at the rate of 100 millivolts per second. So we have selected high rate so that you can get the graph in just 2 seconds only.
sometimes you get touch state, sometimes you do not get.
The perfect,
You have to
the system
analyze
is
the
perfect, showing the perfect redox properties, you will get a duck shape curve that I have shown. And since we are not getting a duck shape curve, it's not working on a redox. It's not a redox system problem. Because in some cases it may happen that one of the component is oxidized, produce is oxidized form. For example, one of the component iron is present over there, iron plus 2, it has been oxidized to plus 3. Now when it is oxidized to plus 3 form, there may be, for example, some impurity which immediately reacted with the iron plus 3 to form a different compound. Instead, if that impurity was not present, iron may have reduced back to Fe plus 2 form. If that impurity was not there, the system may work as a perfect redox system, but since some impurity was there, it immediately trapped the Fe plus 3 ions, resulting into some other product, then the curve will not be exactly a duck-shaped curve. There may be some situations like that.
This voltagram is of graphitic carbon nitride, which is a 2D material, and we have performed this in 1 molar QSO. So we are not getting the oxidation peak, but we are getting the reduction peak. So now we are exporting the data.
And you will know the file. Doing it for LSB. The connection remains same. Everything remains same because LSB and CV both work on 3 electrode system. So there has been no change in the connection. The terminal has already been connected. While taking CV, it will remain as such. We just change the software. This time it will only be linear.
Now we are entering the scan rate.
यहाँ पर हम लोग we have to enter the scan rate, the potential window from 0 to 1 or from -1 to +1, and the scan rate.
Current range, there are some settings which depend on the software. Now we have given the current range from 10. It's very fast. shape of voltammogram and the potential range we are taking depends on the material and the application we are working on. And for cycling voltammetry, it is very important for optimizing the potential range. So what we have to, what is the main potential range in which we have to record the charge discharging of during supercapacitor. So these are precautions we have to take sometimes. Otherwise, if you take from 0 volt to 5 volt, then the graph is going up, and you get nothing. So cycling voltammetry is very important technique for that purpose. It tells us about the limitations of our electrode material. Sometimes when you perform cycling voltammetry, the potential range becomes from 0 to 0.5, or sometimes minus 0.2 to 0.5, or sometimes 0 to 1.4. And there we have to also take precaution for electrolyte. We have to take the stability of electrolyte. Otherwise, we are doing cycling voltammetry, performing scan rate of the potential range. We have taken 1 to 2 volt, but for HER it is 1.23 to 1.23 volt for HER to occur. So water get started splitting at 1.23. So we have to take precaution during recording the voltammogram or cycling voltammogram, whether it is LSP or any voltammogram. So there are some precautions, and
So this is all about for today's session. We are now ending the tutorial session also. He is waiting outside for all of you. We will be meeting tomorrow morning at 9:30 am in the Madan Mohan Malviya Teachers Training College, also known as Academic Staff College. The location will also be shared in the WhatsApp group. At 9:30, please come at 9:30. There will be attendance in each and every session. Assignment questions will be given to you tomorrow. And you will be having 2 days. You have to submit on the last day in the morning. For online participants also, we are closing down the session. We will be meeting tomorrow morning 9:30 am sharp. Thank you.